Good evening, and welcome to the March 9th, 2021 regular board meeting of the Roswell Independent School District. I now call this meeting to order. May I have a roll call, please, Ms. Whitcamp?
Hope Morales?
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez?
Yes.
Mona Kirk?
Yes.
James Edwards? Yes. Milburn Dolan?
Yes.
Okay, we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance and salute to the New Mexico flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, with the symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. Are there modifications to the agenda?
Madam President, members of the board, there will be one modification to the agenda. We will need to remove the band and chorus resolution now that band and chorus have now be allowed to open up.
May I have a motion to approve the agenda with the modification?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion made by Ms. Kirk and a second made by Ms. Sanchez. May I get a roll call, please?
Hope Morales?
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez?
Yes.
Mona Kirk?
Yes.
James Edwards?
Yes.
Milburn Dolan?
Yes.
The ayes have it and the motion carried. We're going to begin tonight with the recognition. Mr. Gottlieb?
Madam President, members of the board, it's my pleasure. We have two recognitions tonight. Actually, three people, but two different groups. Eastern New Mexico Medical Center has been a great partner with us this year. They have provided us with recruiting help, with education, providing us a lot of information on COVID and COVID-related issues that we need to be looking at within the schools district. The following two people provided an extensive amount of help and cooperation, Brooke Lithram and Megan Colby. So I'd like the board to recognize these two ladies and all the work that they've done for our school district and continue to provide help to our staff. And Megan is getting ready to start out with some information for students here. So with my pleasure to turn them over to you, board members.
They should be online if they'd like to say.
Thank
They
you.
should be online.
Megan and Brooke, if you're online, you're welcome to unmute if you would like to speak. And board members, if anybody would like to speak some words, you may.
Hi, this is Brooke. We're here. Just wanted to say thank you for always having us, and we're glad to be community partners. So anything we can do, let us know.
Thank you, Brooke, and thank you, Megan, especially during this time for your continued partnership. It is very much appreciated.
Absolutely.
And we'll be getting a,
This is Megan Colby, and I just wanted to say it's been my pleasure to help in the way that in which we have. It's been my absolute pleasure, and I appreciate you guys recognizing our hospital for what we've done.
Thank you.
Thank
all right, and we'll get a certificates of appreciation to both of you for all your help. And Brooke, I'll be looking for the latest update on community help.
You got it. It'll get out to you pretty soon.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
If you didn't know, also every Wednesday, we're very fortunate to have Warren, the CEO of the hospital, online with community people. And he also helps within the community of discussing the COVID-19, the issues that are facing within the community, within Chavez County, how they work with all the hospitals within our region. So it's been a very educational process of working with, not alone with Brooke and Megan, but Warren has also been an inspirational leader for us in our group that we meet every Wednesday. So Brooke and Megan, if you'll pass that on to Warren, I'd sure appreciate it. Okay. With that being said, board members, the next one we have is Monica Kelly from Parkview. She's the Bilingual Family Community Engagement Specialist. And I'm going to turn this over to Sally. Sally, if you'll unmute yourself and introduce us to Monica and all the things that she's done for our parents at Parkview.
Thank you, Mr. Gottlieb and school board. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much. It is my pleasure to recognize Monica at this time. Monica Kelly is our family engagement specialist, as Mr. Gottlieb mentioned. She has been involved in several different activities throughout our district and with our families, but the one that we're highlighting her for today is at the beginning of the school year, the state asked us to appoint 2 people from our district to complete the WIDA Train the Trainer program, which is an intensive program that is so intensive it's probably required more work than a college class would have required, a master level college class would have required. Upon her completion, she was honored and recognized throughout the whole nation for the WIDA for her production. And then on the 3rd page of the New Mexico PED newsletter, they also highlighted her, but the one that they highlighted her was also for the national newsletter. And so we're very honored and proud to have her working for our district. She continues to support families throughout our district and throughout the neighborhood. So we're very thankful that she's on our team.
Nice.
Sally, thank you for sharing that newsletter with us.
Yes,
Absolutely.
I look forward to it. Excellent job.
And Monica should also be online.
And Monica, are you online?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, we want to thank you very much for all your work. I will tell you, Sally has sung your praise day in and day out without you knowing it. I just thought that you should know that you are very much supported at Parkview, and we appreciate what you provide for our parents at Parkview.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and thank you to Ms. Green for providing me the opportunity to be in the WIDA cohort.
Yes, thank you, Monica.
And that's all I have, Madam President, for tonight.
Thank you. We will now have inquiries and general comments. Ms. Whitcamp, has anyone requested to speak?
No, ma'am.
Okay, we're going to move on to approval of the minutes.
Madam President, members of the board, I recommend approval of the minutes of the special board meeting of February 2nd, 2021, and the regular board meeting of February 9th, 2021.
Are there any corrections or deletions to the minutes? Okay. If not, may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion made by Mr. Dolan and a second made by Ms. Kirk. May I get a roll call, please?
Hope Morales.
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez.
Yes.
Mona Kirk.
Yes.
James Edwards.
Yes.
Milburn Dolan.
Yes.
The ayes have it and the motion carried. The consent agenda is now up.
Madam President, members of the board, I recommend approval of the consent agenda, approval of the February bills, authorize March bills, and approve March bars.
Is there any discussion? If there is no discussion, may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion made by Ms. Kirk and a second made by Mr. Dolan. May I get a roll call, please?
Hope Morales.
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez.
Yes.
Mona Kirk.
Yes.
James Edwards.
Yes.
Milburn Dolan.
Yes.
The ayes have it and the motion carried. Okay, do we have informational items tonight?
Yes, Madam President, we do have some informational items tonight. I will leave hybrid learning off since the PED has now declared that after April 5th, there is no longer hybrid learning. So we will go over student progress, promotions, retentions, and remote learning. I will get into the latest information from the PED under the superintendent's report. So we will deal with this. On this information is the request from the board. Ms. Cole, are you online now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you please start off with student progress?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So Mr. Braggs has a presentation that he'll put on for me. And as he's doing that, board members, good evening, Madam President and members of the board. You have a packet that has several different informational items about student retention and promotion, which I believe was, what the questions were referencing. So I would like for you to look, there's an orange packet within that larger packet that's the MLSS newsletter. So that's the brand new, it was just released today. And so I really want to frame this presentation with MLSS and the intersection of MLSS, social emotional learning. And so at the top of that newsletter, it says, if we are going to believe in a whole child approach to education, we have to consider what each child brings with them to class. When looking at a student, we have to learn about their family, their physical and emotional health, like access to food, physical activity, and safety. We have to acknowledge that without their basic needs being met, academic gains may fall short. And so I just really want to frame this with that statement, because we've done lots of work with SEL this year, as you know. So on the second page of the presentation, retention, past practice. So we know that when looking at the data, there's research that supports this from the National Association of School Psychologists, that retention
Jennifer, hold on, please.
Okay.
That's the PowerPoint presentation in your packet. There you go. Okay, Jennifer.
Yes, sir. So retention disproportionately affects students of color, English learners, students in specialized programs, including Title I and special education, and students from low-income families. And so you do have two smaller packets from the National Association of School Psychologists, which shares lots of information about the statistics around retention. So on the next slide, we're moving away from a focus on remediation to a proactive accelerated learning approach. So again, I'm going to reference your package. PED just released new information today around accelerated learning. So
Okay.
accelerated learning
Hold on.
is an instructional framework.
That's
that
within the
assumes all
packet, Jennifer,
students-
also, please? Okay. So everybody has a chance to look at their packet.
Okay, and it's a lot for you all to go through, so I just wanted you to have the information. You may want to go through it at a later time. But there's that big packet on the accelerated learning, and we've already done quite a bit with that accelerated learning model in the district, which I'll get into in a minute. But accelerated learning is an instructional framework that assumes all students engage with grade level academic standards. And on the next slide, there are 3 foundational tenets. Number 1, educators must have a growth mindset that recognizes students and families are capable of engaging with grade level standards and rigorous content. Educators must foster anchor competencies that support student agency and whole child instruction. And educators strategically prioritize academic knowledge while offering just-in-time support structures. So that just-in-time support structures, that's a huge part of an MLSS system. So it's how we're responding immediately to student needs. So I talked about framing this presentation with that SEL mindset, because we have done so much work around SEL during COVID. We know that our students have been socially, emotionally impacted by the pandemic. We know that based on the reports that we get through our IT department, students that are having suicide ideation and those increases in numbers. And so when we have that just-in-time support structure, a perfect example of that is that structure that we have in place for a notification when students are searching for that information on their Chromebook. We get an email from IT department, we have a social worker, we have a counselor carboned in on that. It goes immediately to the school administrator, and we know that we're responding immediately to that need. The same thing with our substance abuse. So we've put structures in place, and this has been ongoing for a couple of years now. So when a student has a substance abuse infraction, rather than just suspending them from school, we really want to respond to what's happening with that student. So we want to make it that parent contact. We have an immediate substance abuse screening. We do a referral so that student is receiving some counseling and ongoing support. We're ensuring that they're still connected with their education, even if they're suspended from school. And so we do that with some of our partner agencies like CASA. So that's another immediate MLSS type response. We have our student check-ins with SEL that we've developed this year. So we're still finalizing it with the secondary, but our elementary schools have them in place so that we know if a student's having a bad day or there's something going on, we're responding immediately to that need through those student check-ins. And so the work that we have to do with MLSS for the remainder of this year and going into next year, and it's going to be a huge lift for us, is how are we responding academically to those students' needs from the moment we identify that they're not performing where they should be at grade level? What are we doing? What are we putting in place to respond to those needs immediately? So, next slide, please. So what is RISD already doing? We are using a multi-layered system of supports this year. Schools have focused on providing resources and engagement for students and families during remote learning and on removing barriers to engagement. And you'll have a couple of little packets to look through later on PED guidance around family engagement and how families can support their students and how we can guide families to support students. And next slide. Beginning this school year, every school has at least one SAT chairperson to guide teachers and assist parents in getting their child's needs met. There are currently 24 district SAT chairs. These chairs attend training, facilitate parent meetings, guide teachers, and assist families. And so thank you, board members, for that. That's a huge need as we develop our MLSS system. We absolutely have to have those SAT chairs. And I do want to commend Jennifer Bolaños. She's the district lead for that, and she is the one who's providing the ongoing training and guiding SAT chairs throughout the district. Next slide.
Amazing.
So we've developed the district-wide culturally and linguistically responsive professional development. You know that we had that during the first quarter. We have the district-wide social emotional professional development. We're doing lots of PLC work with our social workers and our counselors for the first time ever. They're operating in PLCs. We've just launched that. Our social workers and our counselors are communicating with each other and working on these SEL strategies together. We've provided professional development to our teachers. We have a wonderful physical therapist, Dr. Robert Lee, who's provided information about the importance of physical activity and social emotional learning. We're emphasizing teaching the essential core priority standards, and we did that from the very beginning. And we had some fantastic teacher-led and administrator-led teams who worked on our pacing guides, and we utilized those priority standards from the very beginning. Achieve the Core was one of the resources that we used, and then that we have the new New Mexico instructional scopes. So we're already doing that. We're one of the districts that are already using those priority standards to accelerate learning. And then school-specific professional development. And professional development, if there's been a bright spot in COVID, I really think it's the access that our teachers have had to professional development this year. We've had lots of virtual learning opportunities. We've had CTE, we have SREB with our 90-day coaching. I could go on and on. In fact, I started a list with this and I thought, no, it's too much for this presentation because there really has just been so many professional development opportunities. And we've really been able to access some of our great district leads for those professional development. PED has actually contacted a couple of our people who've provided those PDs, Mr. Harden and Mr. Torres from Monterey, actually provided a statewide PD on concurrent instruction. So next slide. So we have the student wellness check-ins that I just spoke about, additional student learning supports. The CLC has provided the elementary supplies for pickup, parent training opportunities on how to Zoom and attendance. We've offered those online, those Zoom meetings for parents. We have the self-reporting check-in by counselors. We have Engage New Mexico referrals and supports. We, of course, have those great partnerships with Chaves County CASA, Wings for Life, and Trio. Trio's just launched a new online real person tutoring opportunity for our secondary schools, and we are super thankful for that. And then, of course, we have our after school and our tutoring. We're emphasizing the high quality core instruction and instructional materials, and that's huge because we don't need the next latest and greatest thing. We don't need another program. We really have to focus on that high quality core instruction for our students. And so we have the new structured literacy program. We have some great new science core instructional materials. We know, board members, that our elementary schools are in desperate need of an ELA, a high quality ELA curriculum, and so we're working on that. We have some funding available that we may be able to leverage, but of course we've been so busy with changing our instructional models that we haven't had a lot of time for that, but we know that that is a huge need for our teachers and our students. And the priority standards, again, sorry, that's a repeat. And then our evidence-based instructional programs. So an example of that would be Reading Plus for our elementary schools. And that would be one of those programs that we use to immediately respond to a student's needs. So Reading Plus is evidence-based. We see great results with our students who use Reading Plus. And it's specifically for those students who are able to decode, but they're having some gaps in their comprehension. And we target our 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade students who are in need. Next slide, communicating with families. So we've done lots of videos and public service announcements and awareness and website notices, drive-ups, drive-throughs, all of that. You all know, you've seen it. Postal mailings, we did packets, learning packets that we mailed out right before the winter break for parents, and we utilized those Achieve the Core priority standards with those packets. Those went out in English and in Spanish. We've done so many teacher phone calls to reach our parents. And then on the last slide, we are working to remove the barriers to learning. And so these are just a few of the barriers. So that's our goal. And so we know that there's state statute around retention and promotion, and PED waited until about November the 14th. So we have a timeline. December 1st is the first notification timeline. And Jen Bolaños was already on that long before PED was on it. So she developed a parent notification letter, and the curriculum and instruction team went through it, and we had that ready to go. Awaiting guidance from PED. We didn't know what that notification would look like this year. And so PED came out on about November the 14th and said, districts will leave that up to you. And so there were some districts that opted to not do anything, even though it's statutory. And we did something, we had something prepared. We had the letter ready to go. And basically the letter says, we're here to support you. We know that our focus this year has to be support. And we know that there's lots, we didn't say this in the letter, but we know that there's lots of research out there, new research around retention and dropouts. So if a student is retained, there's actually research that says that they're more likely to drop out of high school. So we really need to be focusing now on that just-in-time intervention for our students. And that's the end. I'll stand for questions.
Questions from the board? Ms.
Yes.
Sanchez?
Mrs. Cole, good evening. I was going to ask you, did the PED provide the district with a lot of guidance on promotion and retentions?
The PED's guidance has really been around the social emotional component, not specifically on promotion and retention. Again, they left that up to districts on how we communicated. So we chose to take a supportive approach with our families, knowing that we have families with lots of different needs. And Jen Bolaños is on the line. Jen, do you want to add anything to that?
Board members, this is Jennifer Bolaños. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
So the question was around, did the PED provide us a lot of guidance? Was that the question?
Yes.
So they did not specific to retention. They just made the statement that that is going to be a local education agency decision. But we were in the process of already working on our MLSS support. And so through our SAT team meetings monthly, our trainings, we just went ahead and said we're not completely doing away with everything, but we are going to discourage it because every family this year, every person in our community, every teacher was impacted with COVID. So retention wouldn't be the priority this year.
One of the
So
things-
they did not provide us with a lot of guidance.
Thank you, Jennifer. One of the issues on retention that will be the board and the district will be facing in the coming years is the MLSS. Now, you had some knowledge of it from the year before. During COVID, this year was before COVID hit, we were supposed to go through all the training and all the endeavors that we were supposed to be doing for our children. However, PED had to pull back on that because of all the problems that the state was facing with COVID, virtual learning, remote learning, and new guidances pretty much daily as they move forward with the pandemic issues. So they have pushed the MLSS off until next year, next school year. It will be this year, but it'll be school year 21-22. The idea of retention is one of those peculiar issues. And why do I say that? There are those tracks where it does follow a lot of times low incomes, first generation, second generation, sometimes families of color, those things. Well, you're looking of a first generation retention child. We spoke several languages at home, so my knowledge of English was not as strong as it should have been, plus I had a lot of health issues as a child and missed a lot of school. And so I know exactly what it feels like to be retained, the problems that you face as a retention, and what great teachers can do for a retained child. Or the reverse, or the push from the state that you'll be seeing within the next couple of years is you don't go backwards, you go forward. So one of the issues that is coming out that Jennifer did not talk about, but has information in your packet, is that they are now saying you don't go back and reteach.
Continue.
You continue on with the higher standards and push forward, and then you provide remediation, which thank goodness we have ELPT on that process for after-school programming, and we'll have to get back to a better process on that for next year once we get through the pandemic. I'll knock on some wood. So those are some issues that you'll be facing come the next school year in the area of retention. And a lot of times there's a lot of issues. There are some kids you want to retain and the parents say no. And then we have other ones where the parent wants to retain and the school district says no. And a lot of it deals with the teacher input, the maturity of the child, and all those processes. But with the new process of MLSS and all those things that are coming in, you're going to definitely see a significant change. The good part for the school district is you have Jennifer Bolaños on this. Because when I came in, as you well know, we restarted up our SAT process. We reinstigated the training for our SAT process, get those things back in place because they were not back in place. And we took a hard look at the MLSS and it was trying to figure exactly what was going to happen as we move forward. We had several meetings with the state, and finally, by summertime, they said, enough, stop, we've done, this is not going to work. So I think they're going to relook the MLSS process also, and the training they're going to have to provide. Notice I said they have to provide that training. So retention is one of those very difficult issues. It's not a one-size-fit-all, and it never should be. Never, never should be. The board should look at retention as one of those things that could be very damaging to a child or very helpful to a child. And it has to be one of those things that looked at very, very carefully. It is very much an emotional issue, because if you put yourself in a child's shoes, they lose all their friends. I know that feeling. Everybody went on, I was left behind. However, with that, I had a wonderful teacher by the name of Sister Germaine that took me under her cow, I guess you could say. They had the long gowns in those days. And Sister Germaine spent a tremendous amount of time with me, helping me catch up after several years of being very ill as a child. So again, it takes that inspirational teacher and a very long process. And the other part of this, board members, as you well know, because all of you are parents one way or another, is it takes a very supportive home. And if we do not have the supportive home, the only thing that the child has is school. And I can't tell you how many times you have had wonderful teachers where they've come up to you, parents have come up to you, kids have come up to you later on in life and said, if it wouldn't have been for you, I wouldn't be where I'm at today. Because they didn't have always that support at home or the needs. The pandemic, I guarantee you, and I promise you, we're going to have many years of lasting issues with this very issue and SEL. Thank you, Ms. Sanchez.
I want to ask, also, does our district adopted a no zero policy
By, what do you mean by that, Ms. Sanchez?
Retention?
during the
No.
retention?
No,
Okay.
No.
and I don't think you want to do that.
Okay, now I just wonder, because I know I've heard.
I
it
know
from
some school
teachers.
districts have done that as zero, no retention
No, sir.
across the board. And I would challenge you on that, because I think you have to look at every case, and you have to acknowledge your teachers in the classroom. If you take the teachers out of the focus, out of what they do so well, or else they wouldn't be there, then I think you're disregarding what they do.
So the district is not penalizing students for assignments that they're unable to complete for computer reasons? or-
Well, one of the good things that we've done, Ms. Sanchez, and we're going to do another one, which you're going to hear about
Okay.
later on, is we have a break. We called Back on Track.
Okay,
We're going to have another Back on Track Day.
Nice.
And I think before the end of the year, we should have another Back on Track Day, and you might consider this for the following year, where you stop everything that you're doing, you line up and say, okay, Mike, you're missing all these assignments. Here's the day, you need support, whatever, we got to get this work in.
And that's K through 12?
That's K through 12.
okay.
And it's one of those things we need to do. We need to look at kids differently, families differently, and what the teachers are doing differently than when we were growing up. And so that's one of those issues, and and this took a board action for you all to say, we need to have a Back on Track Day. It didn't come in those terms, but that's what we ended up with as we helped our kids move forward on those days. And that's an important issue, because not everybody has the environment or the ability to have that opportunity to get caught up.
Do we still have the no instruction day?
That's
That's pretty much what,
the
Yes,
Back on Track.
that's a Back on
That-
Track Day.
you changed the name?
Yeah.
Okay,
Protect the innocent.
okay. That's it.
All right, thank you, Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you.
Just Kirk, do you have a question?
I have a couple. I want to piggyback off the retention information. And I know we probably are beating a dead horse, but that you, Ms. Cole, you said that the data supports that retention creates dropouts. So what age or grade are you referencing? Because in my profession, back when I was in the building, I looked at retaining in kindergarten to optimize the benefits. And if our kids, we know if our kids aren't reading by 3rd grade, they stand a huge chance of not making it, because kinder or pre-K to 3, they're learning to read. 3 on, they're reading to learn. So it's that 3rd year is so pivotal. So what does your data support?
Well, let me jump in real quick, Ms. Kirk. On that issue, don't forget, with your blessing, and we're the first in the state to do this, we adopted the program for phonetic instruction.
Yes.
And
So-
we were the first on that, and the state has been watching that process. So that is the key factor. And that's why all those things have to be in place at the same time. Unfortunately, we don't have everything in place at this time. We're getting there, but with the time I've had and COVID, there's not been all the opportunities to get everything in place. But I think you have the staff here to work that direction, because that's correct. However,
Mr. Gottlieb, if I might add, Ms. Kirk, so I know exactly what you're talking about, because I was a kindergarten teacher. As a matter of fact,
know,
my first teaching position was in kindergarten. So I understand that sometimes there is a need to retain students, but I also would like to remind you and the board about our fabulous pre-K program that we have now. So we have, about 400 slots for pre-K, and that we're finding more and more that early learning supports moving into kindergarten, and then the science of reading and the structured literacy that Mr. Gottlieb is talking about is very impactful on helping those students learn to read so that they can read to learn.
and then also the training that the state has provided, and you've provided on the beginning stages of reading. The name slips my mind, but letters, thank you. The letters training.
And that will be a requirement for all first grade teachers, the letters training. And so we're well ahead of what the state is requiring. We've had a couple of cohorts. I think we have 4 cohorts in place now. So we'll have all of our first grade teachers trained very soon in letters.
So is that supportive? You said the district's weakness is in primary grades is ELA. So is that one, or is that a program that is being offered by PED that you're looking at? And what are some of the other programs?
So letters is a way of teaching reading. It's instructional methodology.
Is that an acronym?
Yes, it is, Ms. Kirk. And so, and it's about, teaching structured literacy, and as Mr. Gottlieb said, we adopted the structured literacy. So phonics, you would recognize structured literacy as phonics.
Okay.
And so we have that now in place. It's open court. And but what we don't have in place is that high quality English language arts
Core curriculum.
for our elementary schools. We have one in place, but we need a new adoption. And next year is the adoption year.
It's the adoption cycle. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
But
You're
they're
welcome.
working on that, trying to push it a little bit faster than normal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Cole.
Mr.
Yes,
Dolan?
thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, ma'am. So this is Milby. So my comment may not be in the right spot here, but what I hear is that we have more training coming, and by all means, I'm 100% behind training. but it just seems every month we have a new training coming in. And sometimes I feel like maybe the teachers are drinking from a fire hose. Because they have something new every month. And then, oh yeah, by the way, you have to do class follow-up, you have to do lesson plans, you have to change your lesson plan because we have a new program that came out. You gotta do phone calls to follow up with 3 students that didn't show up this week. Gotta call so-and-so because you think he's just not happy in class. I think sometimes we need to look at what we're doing and fine-tune it as opposed to adding a new program. That's just
Yes, sir. I
my comment.
absolutely agree with you. I completely agree. And you're right. It does seem like there's, lots of new things coming at us. So, many of the trainings that we've had have been opportunities and not requirements. But yes, you're right. Those requirements can be very difficult. So just to speak a little bit more about the letters. So language essentials for teachers of reading. And so the reason we want our first graders to be trained in letters is because, to teach reading, but we also have that new dyslexia statute that says that we are screening our first graders for dyslexia. It's a screener. It's not a complete diagnostic assessment, but it's a screener that tells us who might need a complete diagnostic assessment. So we want our teachers to be able to recognize, and so there's some dyslexia training that goes with that. But this letters training, it is absolutely foundational to us to having the instructional methodology to teach our little ones how to read. And I can tell you that as someone who went to college to become a teacher, and then I took master's coursework to become a reading coach, it wasn't until I started working on my master's that I really learned how to teach students how to read. So letters is that missing gap that many of our teachers have from their college instruction, where we really don't get that, teaching kids how to read part of it. And so we started with the cohort. I have to go back and look at my calendar, that first cohort a year ago. And then Washington Avenue decided to do their own letters cohort. Then we added another one, and now we have an administrator cohort. So I would say that this is definitely one of those priority trainings.
The dyslexia is a mandated requirement.
Well, and I understand that. It's just that everything that, oh yeah, here's something new. And a lot of times the teachers who volunteer to go on that Saturday and go back to the school to share are the same small handful of teachers that the principal goes to sometimes says, hey, can you help me out and be a SAT chair on this too? And it just says sometimes there seems a lot of programs coming in, and I'm not saying we don't need them, but sometimes I feel the teachers might just be at their cup is full.
Yes,
As
sir.
far as being able to function as a human and what we ask of them.
Yes,
Just
sir.
the teaching part of teaching our little chitlins is key. And they do it because of a passion, not because of the paycheck. We all know that. And so sometimes I think we need to stop and look and see, okay, can this be put off? I know we have to do professional development, but how are you, evaluation, do we go back and evaluate how the training was done 4 months ago, and are you implementing it, or did you piecemeal it because we showed you something similar in the process and you put the two together and neither one was designed to work together? That's my comments, not to say anything bad about letters or anything else, just that I think sometimes we need to look at how much we're putting on their plate.
Yes, sir. I understand.
Thank you, Mr. Dolan. Ms. Cole, thank you for the information. I have just 2 questions, and I definitely understand our strong pre-K program and the phonics curriculum, and we have great tools in place that will be very helpful in a normal year. My big concern is learning during COVID and moving students forward, especially our youngest learners, like Ms. Kirk mentioned, who have not yet mastered those foundational skills, moving them on because the standards get more difficult and you can't stop. So I just want to know, what system do we have in place for families, our parents who are recognizing there's a need and they have an interest in retaining their child, but we are now past that December 1st date?
So thanks to having those building SAT chairs in place, the system would be, in working, with the families would contact the school and work with the SAT chair to develop a plan to support that child. And perhaps it means, so there's a new term, it's called high dosage tutoring. So that's lots of additional support for the student. But it would look different for each student because each student is different. Each family's need is different. But the first point of contact would be the school and the SAT chair.
Thank you, Ms. Cole. So even at this point in March, they can contact their child's teacher to ask about a SAT for their child?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I would add on to that. This, and I know no one wants to talk about the issue, but this is where EOPT, the after-school program, is going to become essential once we get out of the COVID issues, because it really needs, those are the kids you really need to target, not just for basic, but also for enrichment, so that they see education outside of just the basic stuff, but also enrichment. I would also, and I know this is a topic that is sore right now, because the number of days we're going right now is going to be extensive, but the K-5 Plus program, that's also going to be another avenue for kids who are struggling in school to move forward. And Jennifer's right. There's some sorry, Mr. Dolan. There's some great research out there on what do you do with these kids? Because remember, this is new for not just New Mexico or Roswell. This is new for the country and for the world. What are we going to do to catch up? So we are playing catch up on trying to read all the research and looking at what studies have already come out from Israel, from Spain, from Germany, from England, because they have year-round school.
New Zealand.
Finland, Norway, those areas where they're doing a significant amount of study. South Korea. They've done some excellent studies in South Korea on this very issue, because they're having the same problems we are. It's not just tied to the United States or to the Western Hemisphere. It's every country where we've had COVID and the problems of education. So we're trying to look at that. So when we say that it's an easy fix, there's no easy fix, but you do have some things in place. Is it going to happen? I've already told you, I've warned you, this is going to take years to overcome. You're not going to overcome it in a day. You're not going to overcome it in a year. You're not. This is going to take several years to overcome.
And I think on that note, I just want to remind our families that they are their child's biggest advocate, to always reach out to the teachers, to ask questions, to look at the data. My daughter had access to an amazing first grade teacher, and we made the choice that, she needed to be held back. She missed a lot of that. So I know sometimes it's not popular, but sometimes that is a great option, and sometimes the other programs and supports you mentioned are also great options. But parents and families have to be a voice for their kiddos.
I think Mr. Edwards had the question. Did you have any questions, Mr. Edwards?
I would concur with what Milbury talked about, but it's hard for us to talk about what we're going to implement when from 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, we implemented hybrid. Yesterday, everything changed, or it's going to change. And you have to feel for your teachers, because now our teachers, it's going to fall back, like Milburn said, it's going to fall back on the teachers. And we keep moving, and I don't want to say we, I want to say the state keeps changing. And I don't think they understand that every time they change something, we go backwards. Instead of us moving forward, we've got kids used to, this is the process. You're here 2 days, you're going to be online 2 days. Now, yesterday, I'll use football. The end zone got moved 50 yards back. And the teachers are going to bear the brunt of everything that was put out yesterday. And that kind of bugs me, because it's great to have all of these programs and talking about retention and this and that, but we need to talk about the staff that's going to have to implement everything that's going on. And like Milburn said, it's the teachers that have to bear the brunt. The administration has to bear the brunt, but the teachers are the front line. And that bugs me. You know, I've had conversations with quite a few people today after we got through this morning. And I feel for those teachers, because if we don't have teachers, you're going to have a lot of substitutes.
Chaos.
And you're going to have a lot of students that aren't going to gain. Because right now, we have a overabundance of permanent subs that are covering for teachers. And it's even going to grow higher. Like Milburn says, we keep adding on and adding on professional development. And Wednesdays is pretty much Zoom day for a lot of our teachers. It just bugs me, and I think we have some good plans, but every time we look at the TV set, things change. In 3 weeks, hell, we might be back on remote. Who knows?
No, I will talk
Bite your
about
tongue.
that, Mr.
Yeah.
Edwards, because that could happen.
So, you know, that's pretty much what I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. And Ms. Cole, I had one more question, or Mr. Gottlieb, are we still utilizing the quarterly district assessments so that next year's teachers will have student data on where those gaps might be?
Jennifer?
Yes, ma'am, we are. We're still doing the interim assessments, and they are online assessments.
Awesome, so next year's teacher, they'll have at least that data and can go through and,
Yes, and we did opt in as a district to do this summative assessment just so that we would have that data piece.
thank you, Ms. Cole.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
Board, I do appreciate the foresight in asking these questions, because what you find out a lot of times is, what we keep saying is, there's a lot of work for the staff, and it always ends up in the classroom. Just whatever you see coming down from the road from the next couple of years, if you'll keep that in mind, just look at this year's legislation. That's all I got to say.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Cole.
Okay, Mr. Gottlieb, remote learning? Any updates?
No updates today.
Okay.
No updates?
He's going to
It's
take it off.
We'll talk about that in
The
the
next section.
next section, Mr. Edwards.
Okay. Moving on to action items. First, we have approval of the NMSBA Student Achievement Award nominations.
Madam President, members of the board, I recommend approval of the NMSBA Student Achievement Award nominations.
Good. As a reminder, the NMSBA Excellent in Student Achievement Award seeks to promote student achievement in school districts and assist local school boards in recognizing school leaders, staff, and other individuals who have played an important role in improving student achievement at the local level. So I have the following nominations so far. For Ms. Kirk, we have Kim Meeks, Director of Student Nutrition, Ms. Sanchez, Corina Avina, second grade bilingual teacher at Pecos Elementary. I have nominated Ms. Shelley Bruns, Director of Special Services. Mr. Dolan and Mr. Edwards, would you like to add a nomination?
I looked at it, my problem was coming up with one person.
One, I know.
Yeah,
And,
that
you
was
know,
hard.
And that, I struggled with, I went back to board minutes, who's done what, and I struggled with trying to say this person did something, and these other people did a lot. And that's really my,
I
the
understand.
weight that I struggled with finding one person who I can say yes, but then I looked at someone else, well, they did all this. So I really struggled trying to come up with someone that I could nominate, and with all my heart, because so many people have gone so above and beyond this year,
Yeah.
from the superintendent through everybody in AESC, every school building. Drive by a school on a Saturday or Sunday, and there's teachers' cars in the parking lot because they're trying to catch up. How do we identify one? And that is my,
So, Mr. Dolan, I nominated a department. It wasn't just Kim Meeks, it was the
that's
whole
what I got was her.
department.
And
So, because you're right, it is, it's hard to narrow it. So I said the whole department deserves
see,
kudos.
when I
do
read
need
it was
to
just a
update
person, so that
because
was
I
my
got her
concept.
name.
The department, and she is the director.
So, okay. The
So if I
Department
was
of
gonna
Nutrition.
nominate one,
Cafeteria department.
I would nominate the custodians,
Nice.
I thought
because there's
about
been a
that.
huge
I did too.
learning curve.
Mhm.
And, oh yeah, no, you can't do that anymore. So I didn't realize I could do a whole department.
Yes.
My bad.
So we will make sure somebody will receive the certificates in honor of the group.
Okay.
Because they will receive one certificate. And for me, the big push was there has been so much negativity and stress throughout the year that I want to make sure as often as we can, we nominate people or reward or acknowledge people for what they've done. That's part of the reason why we do recognitions again, just because we have to celebrate. And as much as we can, just because we're doing 5, we can keep doing it every month and next year and more, but I think it's important to try to acknowledge folks.
I would say if I had to nominate somebody, it'd be a couple of people. I would say Brent Clay from over at Mountain View. I'd even say Mike Gottlieb. There's been quite a few.
So for the purpose of tonight's meeting and these nominations, I have down, if I could have a motion, for us to acknowledge the cafeteria department, Karina Avina, Shelley Bruns, our custodians, Brent Clay, and Mr. Gottlieb. May I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion made by Ms. Kirk and a second made by Ms. Sanchez. May I get a roll call, please?
Hope Morales.
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez.
Yes.
Mona Kirk.
Yes.
James Edwards.
Yes.
Milburn Dolan.
Yes, ma'am.
The ayes have it and the motion carried. Now we have approval of the donation of masks from Roswell Ford to Roswell High School.
Madam President, members of the board, I recommend approval of the donation of masks from Roswell Ford to Roswell High School. I will let you know that Mr. Pilar Carrasco shared some of those with Goddard also.
Nice.
Very nice, very nice.
Is there any discussion?
How many were donated, do you know?
A lot. It was a lot.
More than 5.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I mean, it was a tremendous amount. It was a heck of a donation.
May I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion made by Mr. Edwards and a second made by Ms. Kirk. May I get a roll call, please?
Hope Morales.
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez.
Yes.
Mona Kirk.
Yes.
James Edwards.
Yes.
Milburn Dolan.
Yes.
The ayes have it and the motion carried. Next, approval of the donation of school supplies from Walmart.
Madam President, members of the board, I recommend approval of donation of school supplies from Walmart. That was over $5,000 also. Ms. Bolaños has a plan laid out for that issue on getting the supplies out to the schools. I want to let you know that the president knew about this before I did. She questioned me, and I said, I don't know of any donation. So this one got by me. So, yes, I recommend approval,
Nice.
Madam President.
Is there any discussion?
All this materials will be distributed to all elementary schools or straight across? K through 12?
Ms. Bolaños? Ms. Bolaños?
So I'm not really the distributor, but I do know that it will be based on student enrollment at each school.
Okay.
Ms. Salyards was helping with that. And so it won't be an equal amount to each school because some schools have more students than other. It's based on student enrollment.
Thank you.
So we're looking at pencils, erasers, notebooks, composition notebooks, you name it, binders, dividers, wow,
Any other questions?
incredible.
May I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion made by Mr. Edwards and a second made by Mr. Dolan. May I get a roll call, please?
Hope Morales.
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez.
Yes.
Mona Kirk.
Yes.
James Edwards.
Yes.
Milburn Dolan.
Yes.
The ayes have it and the motion carried. Now donation of water from the Pecos Valley Artisan Conservancy District.
Madam President, members of the board, I recommend approval of the donation of water from the Pecos Valley Artisan Conservancy District. Aaron Badlock, the president, the Pecos Valley Artisan Conservancy District will donate bottled water to the RISD Student Nutrition Department. The Pecos Valley Artesian Conservancy District will donate 8 pallets of water, 3,000 bottles per pallet, reflecting 24,000 bottles of water in total. The estimated value of the water is $6,000. The water is being utilized in the student meal program.
Is this the second donation from them?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Thank you. Any other questions?
So that water is distributed to the students during the lunch?
2 per day,
Okay.
every day.
And what is the size of that water? Like,
It's our regular bottles.
okay.
May I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
I have a motion made by Mr. Edwards and a second made by Ms. Sanchez. May I get a roll call, please?
Hope Morales,
Yes.
Gilda Sanchez,
Yes.
Donna Kirk,
Yes.
James Edwards,
Yes.
Howard Dolan,
Yes.
Okay, the ayes have it and the motion carried. Next, we have the community bottled water donation.
Madam President, members of the board, I recommend approval of the community bottled water donation. 26 pallets of bottled water donated by various community members and organizations. The Firefighters Union, Sam's Club, Napa, Church on the Move. There are approximately 49,140 bottles of water being delivered and donated at a total value of $8,700. I also have a list here that was just given to us today from Church on the Move, Napa, from Chad Hamill, Hamill Bus Services, Roswell Professional Firefighters, Local 1249, and FAO Kevin Hernandez, and Lieutenant Steve Chavez, Lieutenant Fernando, Lieutenant Eric Lair, and Lieutenant Warren Aldrich. I have those for you, board, as a handout, to see who gave those donations.
Thank you.
So when we receive donations like this, Mr. Gottlieb, do we send them thank you notes? Do the kids send thank you notes? How do we thank them?
Do we take one out, drop it off to them?
Okay.
Little certificate?
Ms. Kim, are you online? Chad?
Yes, I'm online.
All right, will you tell us what you do?
I have sent them personal thank you notes from
Perfect.
the RISD on behalf of the RISD.
And then Ms. Whitcamp will send a certificate of acknowledgement and a thank you. That we
Awesome.
will send out also from us to them.
Awesome. Thank you.
Any other questions? May I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second?
Thank you. We have a motion made by Ms. Kirk and a second made by Ms. Sanchez. May I get a roll call, please?
Hope Morales,
Yes.
Gilda Sanchez,
Yes.
Donna Kirk,
Yes.
James Edwards,
Yes.
Howard Dolan,
Yes.
The ayes have it and the motion carried. Next, we have the Open Meetings Act resolution.
Madam President, members of the board, I recommend approval of the Opens Meeting Act resolution.
Is there any discussion? If not, may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion made by Ms. Kirk and a second made by Mr. Edwards. May I get a roll call, please?
Hope Morales,
Yes.
Gilda Sanchez,
Yes.
Donna Kirk,
Yes.
James Edwards,
Yes.
Howard Dolan,
Yes.
The ayes have it and the motion carried. Next, we have bid number 20-03, annual plumbing services.
Madam President, members of the board, I recommend approval of bid number 20-03, annual plumbing services.
Mr. Cole, would you like to briefly explain this?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, President Morales, Superintendent Gottlieb, members of the board. I hope you can hear me okay. Please let me know if you can't. We had 2 bidders and are recommending both bidders for our annual plumbing services. I will tell you that we've got 1 licensed plumber on the district payroll that is an employee of the district, which a district our size with 20 different facility sites with students at them, that's a relatively low number of staff for that. So to have these professional contractors is important to us, and these are both local outfits that we are recommending for this bid. Again, we had a total of 2 bidders, and we are recommending both JS Mechanical LLC and Rhodes Company here of Roswell.
And Mr. Cole, it's my understanding one will be the primary one and the second one will be in case we cannot reach the first one. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions from the board?
No.
Okay, may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion made by Mr. Edwards and a second made by Ms. Sanchez. May I get a roll call, please?
Hope Morales,
Yes.
Gilda Sanchez,
Yes.
Monica,
Yes.
James Edwards,
Yes.
Milbert Dolan.
Yes.
The ayes have it and the motion carried. Next, we have RFP number 21-02, 5-year facilities master plan.
Madam President, members of the board, I recommend approval of RFP number 21-02, 5-year facility master plan.
Mr. Cole, would you like to give a brief explanation again, please?
Yes, ma'am. I'd love to summarize again. Thank you. And just as a clerical issue on the bid prior to, the bid that we just discussed for annual plumbing should be number 21-03 when we're looking at the minutes next month, just for correctness.
Okay.
So RFP 2102, the 5-year facilities master plan, every 5 years, well, not every 5 years, we carry a 5-year facility master plan. And that master plan covers everything with regard to the maintenance and potential construction, necessary renovations that we would like to have and need to have at our facilities. And I think, Ms. Morales, we discussed this together recently, that when you start adding up the dollars of a facilities master plan, you start to realize that we don't have enough money to cover all those things, and that's always true. So if you've been reading over this 5-year facilities master plan and adding up the dollars, I want you to breathe a sigh of relief. We know that there's not an unlimited supply of money, and we know that those things, we can't do everything. But one of the things that we've done really well as a school district is go out for matching school construction funds through the Public Schools Facilities Authority, and we've done really well with that over the last 14 years in receiving essentially a 70 to 72% match on all of our general obligation bond funds that our local county residents have voted for and voted in support of over the years, over that same amount of years, 14 to 15 years. As you know, we've renovated now 13 different facilities, either renovated or built brand new, and we're about to start brand new construction in Mesa Middle School. And again, the same holds true. We've applied for funding through the state Public Schools Facilities Authority, and quite frankly, we see a lot of that money go up north to the northern districts more often than not, but Roswell has made a concerted effort to go after those funds and bring those funds back to the benefit of our students, our staff, and our community. I think we've done an outstanding job. That started with Mr. Gottlieb back in 2005, I think is correct. It started with University High School and his decision to move us forward, and we've been trucking ever since. So part of that is having an updated 5-year facilities master plan. We've done really well with that. As you know, our construction manager is Mac Rogers. He's a local boy, Goddard graduate, played football over there. His dad's worked here in town. His mom and dad worked here in town. So he's well aware of our schools and has done an outstanding job, not only with the construction planning, but in facilities master planning and working directly with Sean Benedict and the maintenance group to keep up those maintenance plans and facility construction plans. Again, it seems like we're always trying to catch up in terms of we do one project and then another school wants the same project, and that's totally understandable, and we'll keep fighting the good fight. But that's in large part, this facilities master plan is a reflection of that for our district. And again, it's a requirement along with a timely financial audit and several other factors, general obligation bonds, supported by our public here in Chaves County, which just can't say enough for the support that the school district has garnered from Chaves County over the years. And again, facilities master plan is a big piece to receiving those matching funds and keeping us on track.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Any questions? Okay, if not, may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion made by Ms. Kirk and a second made by Mr. Edwards. May I get a roll call, please?
Hope Morales.
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez.
Yes.
Rhonda Kirk.
Yes.
James Edwards.
Yes.
Bill Rendola.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, we have removed the resolution for band and chorus in light of the new state orders. So next we have possible reorganization of the RISD Board of Education.
Madam President, members of the board, I recommend approval of the possible reorganization of the RISD Board of Education.
Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Edwards?
What is the reason for the reorganization?
It was requested that we add it to the agenda based on board policy. I did go back and look at the policy, and I did print a copy for everyone. And it's my interpretation of this policy that it is actually outdated. This used to be when there were board elections in February, then the new board members would be taken in March, and reorganization in March as well. However, that has since changed. Now we have elections in November, so this should probably be happening in January.
And that's true, and that was one thing that I was going to note too, that we probably, because we are on the committee, need to look at that and updating it. But it stems back from policy B0900, and it really goes back to the policy service when we changed over. Before, when we were on the 3000 series, it was a 2-year term, but board policy is now that we reorganize in March.
We did not do this last year in March. We actually did it in January, whenever we were new and had new members.
Yes, because we had new members, yes.
So, Madam President, can I make a motion to table this till later, if you want to come back?
Second.
I would like to have some discussion.
Okay.
Okay, so, like I said, the history is that, when we had 3000 policy, the policy we did have policy that was a 2-year term, but now it's a 1-year term. And the reason for the 1-year term is to give everybody a chance to serve in a board position. So if we want to follow I think it behooves us to follow board policy and stay with the 1-year term and look at making those when each of us hold a board position, it's 1 year, and it gives us the chance to mentor and follow board policy. It's the intention of the policy so everybody has a chance to serve. And I think it's really serious for us to look at board policy and follow it. And what does that say to the district if we don't follow board policy? And that's our policy.
So I would like to add to that discussion is I have not yet had a chance to serve 1 year in this role as president. I took over in September. That would be the year. And again, noting we did not follow this policy last year because this vote was not taken in March. It was taken in January and not revisited in March. I also would like to add, I think we have a lot going on in the district with a selection of a new superintendent, with back to school, reentry, hybrid, full-time. I think that overall we're working really well together as a board and as a team, and I don't think us changing it up right now would be the best thing for us to do.
Well, and I was going to mention that too, that one can argue that, but also we have 3 board members that have been through the superintendent selection committee, and multiple probably, and so the continuity is going to be there because Mr. Gottlieb is helping us through that process. So I don't really think it's going to be an issue with the board members and the 3 of us that have served through an election. So I don't know that that's a valid argument either. And we're all new at this. This COVID's never hit before, so yeah, I agree.
Any other discussion?
I just think we really need to follow board policy. That's my,
Well, there is a motion on the floor,
there is.
so before you can move forward, you have to deal with that motion.
Okay, so I do have a motion to table board reorganization made by Mr. Dolan. And I'm sorry, Ms. Sanchez, did you second?
Second.
that? Okay. May I get a roll call, please?
Hope Morales,
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez,
Yes.
Monica Hurt,
No. And I would like, again, after we get through it, I would like to reiterate my conversation.
James Edwards,
They're calling you, yeah.
Yes.
Milburn Dolan.
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like to.
Really? I'm sorry, Ms. Kirk. The ayes have it and the motion moved to table it.
Okay, so it really has nothing to do with the job you're doing, Ms. Morales. I am very pleased that you decided to step in when you did. But my concern was following board policy. So what does that say to the district now that we have chosen not to follow board policy? I think it sets a bad precedent. But again, I appreciate what you're doing and thank you.
Nick?
Can I add one
Oh, yeah.
one comment? One of the things that I'm looking at is there's an election coming up. And if we follow precedent like we did last time when there was an election, which was in November, the current president stayed seated until after the election, if I'm not mistaken. And that's what we followed as our precedent. And yes, we're deviating from the policy, but there's an election coming up in November. And I don't think it would behoove us to seat somebody to go another year without having those new people that come in, if there are some new people that come in, to circumvent their authority.
And that's probably where we need to update our policy.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right. Okay.
Ms. Sanchez?
I just want to say, with the transition to a new superintendent, the experience and leadership is warranted. I believe I can say that lawyers like consistency. And based on that, the things we've got going on that, I think that she should remain as president. Mrs. Morales has done an outstanding job.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. I would like to request that our policy committee meet on this so that we can update it since it is outdated. Okay, moving on to reports. Mr. Gottlieb?
Mr. Cole, financial report and general obligation sales report.
Yes, sir, Superintendent Gottlieb, Board President Morales, members of the board. I'll just touch briefly on the bond sale and then would love to entertain any questions that you may have about it. I'll tell you that I'm absolutely thrilled with the results of the bond sale. I'll tell you that back in February of 2019, the voters of Chaves County overwhelmingly, I believe it was 3-1 in terms of total votes cast in favor, overwhelmingly supported these GO bonds, these general obligation bonds of the school district, based on the question of us using these funds specifically for school renovations and construction, with the understanding that a lot of our buildings had old, outdated heating and cooling systems, swamp coolers, asbestos in the walls and ceilings, and I'll just quite frankly tell you that most of our schools here in Roswell were built in the 50s in conjunction with the peak of the Walker Air Force Base and kind of the timing around that population. And so they were essentially built on a factory model with the technology and materials of the time. And so we know the times have changed dramatically, particularly in terms of whether it's environmental heating, cooling, air filtration, communications and electronics that we use in the classrooms, and generally just the ability to attract strong teachers to Roswell and our community. And so, again, I have to commend our voters here in Chaves County. I think we are a very savvy county in terms of our voters and their understanding of the community's needs and their desire to support our schools and specifically our children and our teaching staff. So again, thank you to them. It should always start with them. And again, February 2019, they supported us with overwhelming numbers to issue a total of $14 million worth of general obligation bonds specifically for school construction and renovation. And so we had issued the first $7 million of that in that first year of the election. And again, that those funds are being matched in total on all of our projects by at least 70%, meaning 70% of whatever the building renovation or construction cost is being borne by the Public Schools Facility Authority out of Santa Fe, and then the remaining 30% or 29% specifically is being picked up with these general obligation bonds. So we've done a really good job of planning, leveraging, bringing all the different pieces together to make this work over the longer term. And I said we had either renovated or reconstructed brand new 13 facilities. It's actually 14 when we count Del Norte Elementary School, which was recently completed this fiscal year, this school year. And I think you would agree with me as a board, as a community, that that school is beautiful. It's going to raise property values for the longer term. We see that with all of these renovation and construction projects. Again, Mesa's the next one slated, along with Nancy Lopez in conjunction, and those principals working together so we can pick up pace in a couple of areas over there to make this move forward a little more rapidly. So this is the remaining $7 million of that total $14 million that we recently issued in bonds. And so we had a sale date, a competitive bid for the sale of these bonds, meaning the bidders line up to buy our bonds. You often hear in the financial markets a flight to quality. When they're talking about a flight to quality, they're talking about bonds, typically. Bonds are safe. They're high quality. Ours are high quality, A1 rated bonds. And so when an investor is trying to move their money into quality, they're typically talking about moving out of the equities or stock market and positioning that into something like bonds, which are very safe. Annuities might be another example of a very safe, high quality investment. And ours are certainly no exception. We're very proud of our bond rating. We're very proud of our financial position as a district and the work of, frankly, the board. As you know, and I tell you every year, it's not my budget, it's the board's budget by statute. And this certainly holds true for our bonds as well. You guys oversee this, our resolution for bond sales, and we certainly try and keep you in the know as to how that's working and what's going on. And it's been a wild year in trying to sell these bonds. I'll tell you that we tried to sell these originally back in March of last year, right? And I'm smiling because that was right about the time everything hit with COVID. And I'll tell you that very week, that very day, I had been monitoring the bond market, and it was going absolutely crazy. And I waited till about 10 minutes till we were starting to open the bids on these bonds. And well, first I ran over to Superintendent and just caught him in the hall, I think, and just said, Mike, we cannot sell these bonds right now. The market is going nuts, and we're not going to get a good or true gauge of the interest and the quality of these bonds given the market with everything that was going on. So I think it was about 10 minutes till the bid opening, and contacted our bond financial advisors through RBC Capital and told them we've got to call this thing off and wait and watch this market, because it's pretty volatile right now. They agreed. That was very short notice to do that, and so I need to commend them for working with us. Also, our bond legal team for working with us to move that rapidly, just in terms of what was happening so rapidly in the bond market. And I'll tell you, it's paid off. It's paid off. We sold or opened the bidding for the issuance of this remaining $7 million of the $14 million on February 17th, just a few weeks ago. And typically over the years, what I've seen is you see 2 to 3 bidders line up prior to the opening of the bids. This time around, we had 7 prior to the opening of the bids. That's always a good sign. That's strong competition. That's what you want to see in the marketplace. That's what drives down those interest rates. The interest and the principal are what we're paying back with our taxpayers' dollars. So we're saving them costs long run, and that's always a good thing. Strong bond rating also helps with that interest rate and our credit rating through Moody's. We do have a strong credit rating. They do like the way we manage our finances. That is apparent in the statement that they put out to the bond market. Anybody that's interested in looking at our bonds gets that as soon as it's published. We did pull a true interest cost, or TCI, of 0.9128%, or less than 1% interest. And I say that with a little emphasis because I've never seen us sell bonds with that low of an interest rate. If you were to look over, and it's in your board book, or should be, to page 4 of the pricing and bond sale results, I think 2012 was the last time that historical TCI, or true interest costs, were below 1%. And I don't think we sold bonds that year. At least I don't recall selling them for that low of an interest rate. So I'm thoroughly impressed with the interest rate that we got, the timing of it, our work with RBC Capital and Module Sperling, our bond legal team, in trying to time this market. It's been so volatile the entire year since March of last year. And so we've been watching it like a hawk. And as you know, it takes some time on the front end to plan for one of these things. You've got to take a resolution to the board, which has to be done in a public meeting. So typically you're a month to 2 months out before in your planning, just to try and get it to issuance. And so kudos to the team for helping to monitor this. Kudos to our superintendent, who is very financially savvy himself, and certainly to you, our school board members, for giving us the latitude to try and make the best decision for not only the school district, but our taxpayers, and to save money on that. So we have issued the $7 million. Those bonds did close, just kind of like when you close on a mortgage. We closed on that bond sale March 3rd. The bonds sold to Morgan Stanley, was the investor that purchased those for their portfolio. Our board members, you've certainly heard of a discount. What a discount, you know what a discount is and what a discount means. So you know what the opposite of that is when you sell something for a premium. It's the opposite of selling for a discount. It means there's a little more value that the market recognizes there. And I'll tell you that we sold these bonds for an additional premium to the market of slightly over $1 million, $1.26 million premium on these bonds. That additional premium cost that the market gave us for the quality of these bonds, over and above the $7 million, will go towards the debt repayment immediately. It'll go into debt service fund for repayment of those bonds. We have received the good faith deposit and the par value of these bonds in our bank account. And with that, I'd take any questions that you may have.
Mr. Cole, this is Bill B. I just want to thank you for being on top of the board's checkbook. and making sure that the money we spend is spent well for the residents of Chavez County and our kids?
Thank you, sir. It's been an honor. It truly has. And again, I just thank the board and our superintendent for the support and mentorship over the years.
Real quick for the board, just so that you know, since 2006, we have 2 people here that were principals that have gone through this process of rebuilding. We have another board member here who's when we almost started, but in 2005, 2006, when we started, the district has received $150 million to $160 million extra to redo our schools. That's above what we sold in bonds. So
And I will tell you that those are jobs in Chavez County, any way you slice it. I mean, those, we particularly in off years with the oil and gas markets, and we're not as affected as some of our southern neighbors to that. We're a little bit more service oriented and insulated from that. There's a year lag on it. But I will tell you, in the off years to oil and gas, construction is a big deal. And particularly school construction, those are large projects, and they have brought dollars into Chavez County, and the turnover of those dollars is what drives economic development. And your school district has done a fabulous job any way you cut it, and it might be worth a financial analysis one of these days, just for the board to kind of pat yourselves on the back, as long as it's not an additional cost, because I guarantee you you'd be amazed.
So that money turned over 3 to 7 times within the district before it left.
Wow.
So we really need to thank oil and gas, because that's where the majority of this money came from, to redo our schools. I wish I could see this finished. I will not see it finished. I was very excited when we first got it started. I remember Mrs. Sanchez and I had a meeting with the parents. They just knew for sure I was not going to move the money to Sunset. She warned me ahead of time. She said, "Mike, please be ready, please be ready." I'll never forget that, Hilda. It was an exciting evening to talk to your parents from Sunset. But I think the board should know that oil and gas has put in a tremendous amount of money into Roswell School District for new facilities for our kids and for our staff who deserve these facilities.
And Mr. Cole, if I may, you said 1%, less than 1% is what we sold the GO bonds for?
Less than 1% interest
Amazing.
rate. True cost,
Interest rate.
true interest cost, TCI, is what it's referred to. Yes, less than 1%. And that, again, that's almost free money, that you're borrowing. I hate to say it that way. They would say that in the financial markets. I've seen one other instance back in 2008 where Germany actually sold bonds with a negative interest rate, but that's the only example I've ever seen of that. But 1% is just amazing to me.
I would like to have a mortgage rate.
Right? Yes.
Thank you so much for
Yes, ma'am.
keeping us such financially secure. Thank you, Jay.
All right.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I'm going to get Mr. Cooper on real quick for a short athletics.
Our expenditure.
Expenditure report. Chad, anything?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. So nothing new or unusual there. I think what we'll see in the months ahead is a lot of BARs, or budget adjustment requests, the acronym for BAR. We've got quite a few on there tonight with either an M or a T on the end. M means maintenance within account function. T means transfer between account functions. That essentially means we're cleaning up line item accounts. You're going to see a ton more of those as we move into the next few months and wrap up the fiscal year end in June 30th of this fiscal year. So you'll see that as we move forward. There shouldn't be a whole lot of increase to the revenue side of these accounts that you see listed here. And shouldn't be a whole lot of new funds or funding accounts. One of the bars that you notice on tonight's agenda is the ESSER Carissa Funds 2, which is kind of an extension of the original CARES Act funds dealing with COVID. And it is for $11.9 million. That's going to be broken up into sections. So while we're budgeting the entire amount right now in our BAR or budget adjustment request, it'll be, we certainly won't spend $12 million in year one. That'll be broken up and carried forward to next fiscal year. Again, we get into the latter months of a fiscal year like we are at this point in time, March. Typically in March, we're talking about things like expenditure, encumbrance deadline. We know that a lot of flexibility needs to go out there this year. We're still encouraging our schools to get their funds expended on the things that they need. Get your funds encumbered for the things that you need, so that we can take a snapshot in time and see where we're at as we develop budget. We know that budget development is going to be pretty rapid this year. Mr. Gottlieb and I have been discussing that. We've been, certainly Mr. Gottlieb has been watching, monitoring the legislature. I always get really, really serious about that in the final 2 weeks, and we're there, so it's time. But things are going to happen pretty rapidly, and there are going to be a lot of things that are mandated through legislation that we're really not going to have a choice in, but will need to be reflected in our budget. Certainly a lot of COVID-related things as we move forward, but I would not anticipate seeing a lot of additional funds added to this year-to-date expenditure report as we move forward. I would anticipate seeing a lot of line item cleanup. We don't want to even be in the negative by a penny, and we haven't been for as long as I've been doing this in any of our funds. And as you know, we've got over 50 separate funding sources with essentially 50 different sets of books. So I've got a great team. You have a great team, and we work really hard, and we're ready to rock and roll and get things cleaned up and get budgets ready to go for next year and start negotiations.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Any questions for
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Cole? Okay, sir.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes, sir.
All right, could you give us a quick synopsis of regulations and fall sports that's going on tonight?
Well, as of tonight, of course, tomorrow, we'll see where we get as far as the color of county, but right now we're yellow. That means that we're operating at 25% capacity on the outdoor sports, and we can't have spectators in the indoor sports. But if we go green tomorrow, then we would go up to 50% on the outdoor sports and to the 25% on indoors. So we're hoping for that, but I just don't know where we're going to hit. I went to 2 soccer games this afternoon. Goddard boys won, and Roswell High's girls won their game. So that was good. I went to volleyball games last night. It's great to see the kids back in action. Can't see the smiles on their faces for the mask, but you can tell, the look in their eyes. They're just glad to be out there competing, and we've got a lot of events coming on Thursday and a lot on Saturday. We're just gonna have to sit here and see where we're at. We had a meeting this morning, the NMAA with the ADs, and basically Sally said it was going well. It's just a case that we're still having to follow the restrictions that were set upon us. And, when we're opening up more, hopefully some of that will be taken off. But as of now, we're under the same guidelines, but all the sports are out of pods now. They're all in full workouts, and in-season sports are into their practices. So that's kind of where we're at the moment.
Do you have any questions for Coach Cooper? Ms. Sanchez?
Mr. Cooper, did you have any parents turned away because you had too many already?
Did you have any parents turned away, Coach Cooper, because we had too many?
No, it hit today with our what we had at the gates with the people that we'd done a pre-sign up for the soccer games because we were worried about capacity at both Stella Grande and the Goddard soccer fields, but they were able to go in and watch their children, and you know, when I was there, and from what I talked to the administrators and security and everybody that, you know, I talked to, no one had complained. We had people from Carlsbad they played, you know, Goddard. We had people there. We had people from Artesia at the girls' game, and it seemed like it went as smooth as it could be. There's some wrinkles that we're going to have to work out, but right now it's been pretty good. It's been actually a little smoother than I'd worried about. So
Good.
Mr. Cooper, just a couple quick questions. This Saturday, Goddard is hopefully going to be playing in Artesia right now. Artesia is a red county. Is there a chance that the NMMA would readjust the schedule or location to support fans at that game?
what I've talked to Cooper Henderson, the athletic director at Artesia, and he's the one that, you know, brought it up, and I was glad that he did. We've got it work. If Eddy County doesn't go yellow tomorrow, then we would move that game to Roswell Saturday night at 7, because Roswell and Carlsbad play at 1 p.m. It's going to take some work to, you know, but I think we'd have enough time in between to sanitize things down and get things cleaned up if that happens. And that we have the approval of the NMA to do that. So it's a matter if they don't go into yellow, that's where we would play the game. If they do go in yellow like they think they will, then the game would be at 1 o'clock in Artesia on Saturday.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
the last question, sir, is the schools, they'll be communicating to parents and families how tickets will be sold. I don't know if I think it's family first come, but will community members also have a chance to access those seats?
Yes. We're just trying to, you know, with outdoor venues, we're trying to make sure the parents get to see their kids. But, you know, we're working to get everyone in. Tomorrow we will have pre-sales. Artesia had sent up 1,000 tickets, and we will sell to the parents and not only the football players, but also the dance and cheer team, which will go down and be on the, you know, the sideline and on the track. They're allowed to be there, and we're trying to fix it for, you know, that all of them have the shots at it first, and then come back on Thursday again from 10 to 2. Both days are 10 to 2 in front of Goddard, and sell it the rest that we have. And there will not be any tickets sold in Artesia the day of the game. So if anyone wants tickets, they're going to have to do that. And the school has communicated that. And I know Mr. Luck had put it out there. And then on Friday for the Roswell game against Carlsbad Saturday, the Wool Bowl, the capacity we're able to put in is 1,900. So it's 950 for each side. And you know, we're going to sell, you know, again, to the parents again on Friday at Roswell High from 10 to 12, or 10 to 2. I keep saying 12, but it's 10 to 2. We did it for that maybe people on their lunch hour could get over there to get tickets. But, you know, we're doing that, and then we will sell tickets at the game Saturday. But, you know, and we'll honor the passes. We're working on that. Mr. Carrasco would put out an email to everybody today. You know, we'll honor their badges. RISD employees, but we need to know a count because we are at 25% capacity. Now, if we go green and go up to 50%, that will increase that. But, you know, we'll still have to, you know, really work hard to make sure that everyone is social distance and with the seating and so forth. But we've got a plan in place to do it.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thanks, Coach. Any other questions from board members?
Yeah, one quick question, I'm sorry. So do we pick up our tickets at the school, Mr. Cooper?
Question from Mrs. Kirk is, do they pick up the tickets at the school?
Yes, it'll be $5 a piece for all of the, if you're talking about the Artesia game, that's what the tickets are. Students and adults are $5 a piece at Artesia, and that's our price at RISD as well for all of our sporting events. So that's what we've got. But yes, you know, you can go by there, Ms. Kirk, tomorrow between 10 and 2.
Well, we'll probably want to wait till we hear from the governor and then go pick up our ticket.
No, I buy the tickets ahead of time.
Well, tomorrow's Wednesday.
It'll work for either location.
It will work for either location.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
you
If it gets switched, it'll still be good for us. In the same thing, we'd honor, you know, Artesia, you know, for the ticket sales up there. So yeah,
we won't have to
we've
buy
got it worked out.
we won't have to buy a ticket for ourselves if it's moved here, correct? You honor our badge?
You need to notify the board that you need to notify Mr. Cooper if you're gonna be going as a board member, yes.
I did.
Okay.
So he has that, yes.
Okay,
And so is Mr. Lee.
Yeah, we'll get it taken care of.
Thank you.
all right.
You bet.
Thanks, Coach, appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Alrighty, Mr. Gatlin, back to school.
All right, you asked for it.
What is this?
All right,
Back to school.
The governor's announcement yesterday.
this is relating to the announcement yesterday from the PED on back to school. And as Mr. Edwards so eloquently stated, another change in the system. What you have here is the letter we sent out last night and late this
It's on
morning.
the website, yeah.
Okay, so that was out as of last night. I didn't want to give a whole bunch of specifics until we had the opportunity to visit with the board. I do meet with the principals tomorrow.
Okay.
So from that point, that is posted on Facebook and the webpage. This will also be posted, but I wanted the board to see it first. This gives what the PED has been asking for and some more assurances that I'm going to have to do as we move forward. And I'll give you this, Julie, when I finish. I didn't run out enough copies. So my recommendation that we're going to move forward is that it's a multiple facet move. We would be back, everybody has to be back to school in normal mode by April 5th. Period, end of story. No choice. What we would like to do is move to our start date to March 29th. That would be a Monday after spring break. What we are planning to do is use Wednesday the 17th and Friday the 19th for final cleanup day for everything we've got to do from this point on. So we are working on a lot of issues, trying to make sure that we're covering all our bases and the requirements. Now, as everything else, as you well know, I've always told you, nothing's ever perfect. We'll have mistakes. We'll move forward from those mistakes and try to correct all those issues. So on Wednesday the 17th, the schools will work with their principals, as Mr. Edwards also again stated, Mr. Dolan also stated, on the things that need to be changed within their buildings. And there are some things that are going to have to be changed. I mean, when you move from remote to hybrid and from hybrid into full school again with all your kids, every time you do a change, it requires things to move differently. And we still have to meet the requirements. So, and then Friday would be a back, help me with the terminology, I've said it two different ways, but the idea would be, Friday would be where our staff would get back on target, where they give all the kids the homeworks they've missed, any reading assignments they've missed, all those things. We take attendance, make sure back on track, back on target, make sure they take attendance, make sure they check in with the kids, make sure that process is going. And then that would give the teachers and the staff within those buildings their final day before spring break to get that going. Now, what I'm going to go through next with you is a list of things that the PED is looking for, the DOH is looking for as we move forward. Now, I've got to put my glasses on. RISD has met the following requirements: air filtration, excessive cleaning, and supplies. How do I know that? I've ordered them with Keith and Sean myself. I've gone to there, and you know, nosy me, I actually go to maintenance building and look at it. We have spent a tremendous amount of money, board. You've seen this in the stuff, $80,000, $100,000, making sure we had all the cleaning supplies and materials available. We've passed our fire marshal's inspection. We've done our 25% tested for non-vaccinated staff. And that is a change today. I have another letter for you to see what we're sending out to the staff. Our rapid response system is in place. Rapid response means that if we have 4 cases within 14 days, we shut down the area, which we have had to do, classrooms, hallways,
But not the
central
whole building.
office,
Not the whole
departments.
building.
Not an entire building.
Good.
Not yet. Not yet. I will always remind the board that if we have enough people that have the COVID symptoms, or we have enough people that are out due to quarantine, that if we don't have enough subs, we may have to shut down a building.
Understandably.
10-day quarantine follows a rapid response. Now, that has changed from 14 to 10. Continue use of mask and personal protective equipment. Maintain social distancing to the greatest extent possible per New Mexico PED guidance yesterday. Don't give me that look, Mr. Edwards.
Good luck with that.
Maintain isolation rooms and all safe COVID practices, which we are continuing to do. Roswell ISD is developing the following: update lunch breaks and procedures. That's a requirement. We're going to have to go through that process. Assign seating lunches in areas. Most schools have this, but this is one thing I haven't checked personally. So if I haven't checked it personally, to me it's not in place. No quarantines for this is new. No quarantines for fully vaccinated staff, and RISD will continue to adhere to Mexico PED and DOH requirements. So if you've been fully vaccinated and 2 weeks afterwards and you come exposed, you don't have to be quarantined anymore.
So that class will not have to shut.
Well, whoever's in that class
yeah,
may,
teaching.
The students may
May.
go home, but the teacher will.
well, doesn't have to. See, here's the situation, a good question from Ms. Morales. She would say, what about the whole classroom? I'll give you one even bigger, the cafeteria. Let's say a student has COVID and we found out 2 days later in the cafeteria. It's happened. Do you send home the whole cafeteria at that time? Because they have to have a seating chart. We have to know who's in what seats. We have to know all those things. The answer is no. At one point in time, if you remember, we had one of our departments, we had to send home the whole department because one person did have COVID. Nobody else got it, but we had to send home that whole department for 14 days. Very difficult on the school district.
So what's the radius now?
So the radius is within that area,
That pod.
that area or pod.
Okay.
It's really not a pod because they're cutting it that. And then again, it goes back to all the questionings that we have to ask. Luckily, we have outstanding nurse program. If you really want, I really wanted to tell you all, and I probably should have stood up and at the top of my lungs and said, you guys should have nominated the nurses program. I'm just take my name off, put the nurses in. I can't tell you how honored I am to work with all the staff.
So I have a question then. If they've had both their COVID shots and they're 2 weeks out, do they have to do the surveillance testing?
They don't have to do the surveillance testing either. So I have both those letters that we're sending out to our staff tomorrow.
Good.
Supervise students between bells. That's a requirement from the PED. Maintain 6-foot distance when entering and leaving the building. Band and chorus, and this is what the resolution, I want the people to know. We did that video. It was well received by the PED. They really liked our video from Jerry and the kids and the teachers.
Nice.
The board had a resolution ready to go tonight to be presented, to be signed and sent to the governor. We didn't have to do it anymore because band and chorus can now meet at the social distancing, instrument bells, and mask requirement. They have talked about disinfectant board, but I was a band member. I've never heard of such a thing. You damage your instrument. I asked Karen Fuss. She had to check at the state level. No one knows the disinfecting of an instrument. Okay. We never share instruments, so that's not a concern. We have the bells, we have the masks. They know they have to meet outside at 9 feet social distance. And the last part of that letter is Roswell ISD believes the most effective learning takes place in the classroom. From that point, I'm going to pass out a few other things. Then Jennifer's going to tell you what she's doing with principals tomorrow. This letter is from Katie.
Thank you.
I asked Katie to put something together, and she's very, very good at putting things together. And this is going out to all the staff that you have been prioritized. So if you did not select to be part of the district's vaccination, you now have been prioritized by the state of New Mexico and how to go through that process. And so Katie has worked with that. She's getting that out to the staff tomorrow, to her nurses particularly, and letting them know that they can still, they're not lost. They can still get their vaccination. Now, some of them couldn't get the vaccination because they had COVID and had to wait the 90 days.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so there are those staff within that area. Now, your next question is what is our percentage? We're about 58% did take up on the vaccination.
Oh, good.
So that's a good number. I wish it would be a little more. I'll have the finalized numbers next week. But it looks like 58% took us up on that vaccination. So the next thing that we have is that this is going from Manea's office and Ralph particularly, and it's dealing with letting the staff know about surveillance testing, and if they had their vaccination, other sites from Roswell to let us know or let the nurses know so that we can put them on the list not to be part of the surveillance testing. If they don't tell us, guess what?
They're on.
They're on. We have to have proof. All right. The next thing I have for you is from Chris Tweet, because on the bus, it says the same thing, 2 to 4 people per seat. They prefer the 2, but as you well know, that's going to make it very difficult when all kids are coming back to school. So Chris has given to you an update information of how we sanitize the buses, what we have available for the buses, so that you're seeing we're trying everything under the sun to keep us safe. And the last thing I have to hand out before we have Jennifer get online and tell you what we're working on remote is an inventory of everything in the district. I shouldn't say everything. Let's put it this way, everything I've been tracking for the PED and DOH.
Okay.
Thank you.
And if you look at the bottom line, that tells you how much we have on hand to date. To date. The only thing we're missing on there is I received another 200 N95 masks for the nurses. So that kind of gives you, look at the very bottom row. That tells you everything that we have within the school district.
Wow.
So we've maintained a good inventory to ensure that we have everything in place. Now, I challenged Jennifer and her team today to look at what we're going to do with the remote and in-school learning. It's going to get much more difficult for our staff. I'm just going to tell you. We can manage, not well, but we could manage when it was hybrid. I don't know what we're going to do with this situation now, because you've got to remember, and Jennifer does have the number of students by building, not by grade, I didn't have it by grade, by building who are remote versus in school. Very challenging. I do want to let the board know, I don't usually send out negative emails, but I did send out a negative email to 2 deputy secretaries that I have a lot of respect for. And it was because I was fired up. And my email to them was, if a student is on remote and they are failing, why are we continuing to monitor and allow them to fail? They should be back to school. They should not be allowed to make that choice. If they're passing and they're at remote, I don't have a problem with that. But if they're failing and they're not attending, and it's just beyond belief, because we know in-person learning is the best. Our teachers are that quality. Your teachers are that quality. I didn't hear back. I probably won't hear back. But I had to give them my 2 cents on the difficult issues that this has put on our staff, on our schools, on trying to figure this out, not in 6 months, not in a year,
2 weeks.
in weeks. And I find it very difficult. So Jennifer, at that point in time, will you present to the board where your group started today and where we're heading for tomorrow?
Yes, sir. So, first of all, I just want to go back and acknowledge the concerns about how exhausted our teachers are, because it has been an exhausting year. And this is yet another change for us and for our teachers. So we're trying to be really mindful of that. So we know that it's very difficult to juggle the students who are remote with the students who are in person, particularly for our elementary schools, because they don't have access to Apex. Not that that's the best situation. I completely agree with Mr. Gottlieb. In-person learning is by far the best. And so I just want to go back and say that when we started planning instruction for this year, we were planning to come back. And so our master schedules were built around that. And every time there's a change, when you move students from one place to another, that impacts the entire master schedule for our secondary schools and for our elementary schools. And we have to make those changes in Power School. That impacts our state reporting. We have to be very mindful of the teachers that we have attached to students to make sure that they have the correct license. Otherwise, we get findings in our reporting. So, when we started the year, we were told one thing and we planned with that in mind. And if we could go back and do it again, we probably would have planned a little bit differently for the remote and in person. But we didn't, and so we've worked very hard to change and shift as we go. So today my team talked about our elementary teachers and juggling the in-person and remote. And so what we're going to do tomorrow with our principals is give them a letter, and I believe you have a sample of it. We're going to make a couple of changes to that letter, and so we want them to reach out again to those families that have opted to stay remote in the elementary school and just have another conversation with them and look at their data. How are their students performing? How is their attendance? Is that remote learning effective for them? And if they still can choose to continue to stay remote, then we'll use the little survey. You can use your cell phones if you want to turn the camera on and go to that QPR code to see what the survey. It's not really a
Jennifer,
survey,
I don't have that
for us to
paper.
collect the information, and so we'll get a list of those students, the schools and grade levels who wish to stay remote, so that we can select teachers to attach those students to in Power School, so that we'll just have, again, it's a numbers game. We don't know how many we'll choose to come back or not to come back, but we want to have those students with their virtual learning teacher so that the elementary teachers won't have to juggle both. Now, there are some elementary teachers that they don't want those students who want to stay remote. They don't want to lose them out of their class load, and I understand that. But I think we're at a place now with this final 9 weeks where we really need to relook at who's teaching the virtual learning students.
So real quick, board members, I couldn't find that paper. Jennifer Bolaños really did an outstanding job on getting, you can take your phone on the bars and you can actually flash on it and it will connect you in. So it's a letter we're going to send out. We're going to work with the building principals and trying to find out with these remote students if they are willing to come back now that we're in full operation. Because we had a lot of parents that said, once you open up fully, you bring everybody back, we're coming back to school. So now we need to go back out and find that out. One of the issues I have found out, and I won't name the school, this principal's worked really hard on this family, is, and we've had this discussion, there's a little girl that really needs to be in school. She's in primary, she needs to be there, she needs to see the instruction, she needs to see everything that's going on. But the little girl has 2 older sisters at Roswell High, and they're in virtual. And the dad says, nope, if the 2 older girls are staying home, then you have to stay home too. it makes it very difficult for that issue. So we're working on that issue as we move remote. One of the things that's very difficult if you haven't worked on this is you just can't take a group of kids and say, okay, half of you are going to go here, half of you are going to go here, this classroom's going to go here, because everything is in Power School. Report cards are all there. Attendance is all there. His wife can tell you, because they're going to be the ones that are going to have to change everything. The secretaries will be overwhelmed if we go too crazy on, say, this school's going to have three teachers here. We check on certification. If they match certification, then we have to move all those kids into that teacher's load, create a whole new classroom, transfer those kids over. Don't look at me like that, Mr. Dolan. I already know I'm going to
That was from my wife.
I know that. I know that.
Oh, my
It's
gosh.
never, as Mr. Edwards said, it is not a simple task to do one thing when you're dealing with the most important thing that this country has. Not gold, not oil, not a house, our kids. It's not a simple task, and I'm not willing to move quickly on that issue if I'm endangering health or safety. So I know you guys are getting a lot of pressure. I know you've had a lot of questions. I know our staff are under a lot of pressure. I know that. I know that. But I also know that it takes a lot more than just say, I want this done to make it happen. So with that being said, we'll stand for any and all your questions.
You go first.
Okay, how are we gonna staff the lunches? Because one of the issues that I heard today was in the caf, I guess how they're feeding, there's limited personnel for the staffing for the kitchen and the feeding pattern. Now you're gonna shoot more people in, and are we gonna give the kitchen more help as far as the feeding?
Well, let me kind of give you an explanation. What we did do is we gave a very nice increment out because of a state law. Again, people making laws, not understanding all the things of in a school. We gave a nice increment for our staff to help us with lunch duty in elementary through high school. What they're doing is they're giving up their lunch break to help us out of the kindness of their heart. What legislatures don't understand is the difficulty of maintaining safety for everybody. Okay, so in my perception, and the elementary principals may make me look differently, and I always look at everything differently. I may not always agree, but I will look at what they say, and if it meets merit, then we'll change. I think we keep the elementary right where they're at. They're eating in the classrooms. We're having people monitor those classrooms. Yes, you're going to have more kids all at one time in the classroom. Absolutely. You're going to have that. But the process is still the same. The carts will go down. They'll unload the carts in the classroom. We'll still eat in the breakfast. We'll still eat in lunch in the classroom. Where I've not had the discussion with the secondary, being middle school and high school, is how we're going to determine now, are we going to have more lunches so we can break them up? And you guys, I know, you've been out at the high schools and middle schools. You saw how they had their things broken up. They still want us to face one direction. That did not go away. Now, the 6-foot distance, as you well know, there's a waiver on that. Because they know that with all our kids, that's not possible. They would like us to stay in pods, particularly in the middle school. I haven't had, as you well know, today's schedule, I haven't had the opportunity to sit down with the middle school people and the high school people on looking at the issue of pods. Now, high schools don't have pods. I'll just be quite honest with you. But the middle schools do. I need to see about that. And as you heard earlier today, I make my visits. And if I see something wrong, I usually don't tell the staff. I usually go see the principal unless I see something really egregious. And then I tell the principal. And then we deal with it from that point. So, as you well know, my day's been a little interesting today, and yesterday was beyond belief. but we're starting tomorrow with this process of how we're gonna roll this out. I wish I had a golden apple for you. I don't. But we're moving forward on those issues. On the cafeteria, and I don't know if Mrs. Meeks is still on, I have my doubts. I don't see that. Is she? We have had
here.
trouble.
She's here.
Kim, good. If I remember correctly, we've had trouble in hiring staff to help in the cafeteria, correct?
That is correct.
That's what I thought.
So we're
That
already
what deals with Mr. Edwards' question is, in the cafeteria, we are struggling at filling those openings, as in all openings.
So we'll be understaffed in our schools in the cafeteria?
Sounds like it.
They have worked out a lot of plans to make it work.
Or, okay.
What's gonna happen is you're gonna be doubling now the number of lunches at one time, number of
Right.
breakfasts at one time.
So are we going to adjust for the amount of lunches? Because from what I'm hearing from people is, you know, they're starting to serve at a certain time, and some classes are getting 10 minutes to eat by the time their food arrives.
Well, I can't answer that until I talk to the building principals tomorrow.
Okay.
And that's why we have a meeting starting at 7:30 in the morning. It probably will last almost all day. Literally.
The meeting.
Yeah, the meeting will last probably almost all day.
Okay.
So because of all those type of issues that we need to review.
Okay, and then my next question is, so the teachers are still going to get their spring break, right?
Correct?
And they're not going to be required to work during their spring break? They're
No,
gonna do
sir.
it. They're going to do it 2 days earlier.
We're going to try to do it on, the wrap up on Wednesday and Friday of next week. It's next week already. Remember,
The 22nd.
I don't talk negative, so I'm gonna just leave that comment out. Wednesday and Friday of next week will be our final wrap up. We hope. There's gonna be issues we're gonna be working through probably for a while. Now, here's one of the issues you need to know. We have 9 weeks from the 29th,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the end of the school year. That's our quarter. Our quarter starts there. It's a good place to start.
Okay.
Anything else, Mr. Edwards?
I think Milburn's got the floor.
Okay. Ms. Sanchez?
No questions.
Mona?
I've been asking.
Okay.
So,
Before I go to Mr. Morales, I know she has questions for me.
oh, by all means, let Ms. Morales go.
Okay.
Are you written down yet?
She's been writing.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Dillon. So as Mr. Edwards was asking his question, an idea just popped into my head because I know if I'm a teacher on spring break, coming back and starting that Monday might be a little bit overwhelming. Could we possibly start that Tuesday so that Monday teachers and principals can work out kinks, can do whatever?
Well,
before
here's the
official
problem.
day?
We still have to maintain the hours of 190 days.
But right, so on the Friday the 19th, that back on track is going to affect like our B groups, and that Monday the 29th could kind of affect the A groups in balancing it out since we're currently in pods.
I will put that out to the building principals, and I know a lot of them
Okay.
are listening tonight,
Yep,
so
no
we'll
problem.
put that out to them.
Thank you. And I think for me, it's not as much questions, but I just want to make sure my understanding is correct. We have a lot of people watching tonight. I know especially teachers who are trying to get some of the details. So if you can just make sure my understanding is correct.
Okay?
So on Wednesday the 17th and Friday the 19th, those are going to be our days mainly for cleaning and teachers planning to return. We're not going to have like professional development on the schedule or
No,
meetings,
no,
things like
no
that.
meetings, no professional, the meetings will be within their building as they work with their
To
principal.
plan for.
Right, correct.
Good. And thank you for allowing me to push you so hard on that time for teachers. Okay, so for our teachers to understand, the desks do not have to be 6 feet apart. Their entire class will be able to fit in their classroom. We just have to do the best we can with social distancing.
See, that's one of the issues that we brought up yesterday, is we got to bring everything back in.
Right.
Yeah.
And so teachers
Yeah,
can
as
understand.
you
the
saw the
plans.
classrooms, they got everything scattered everywhere.
That was my last one. I'll put that one off.
But they can do that knowing it's okay to
Yeah.
bring your desk back in if you need it and do the best you can.
Can I
That's
put
appreciated.
a caveat on that? Pending any changes from the PED,
Right.
DOH, or governor.
Right.
Okay? There's one part I need to add to that before you go on to your list. We will start back with the required early dismissal for the elementary on Wednesday afternoon.
Okay.
Okay, that's still, and that's not a PD day. That is a teacher time. And as you know me, I've been deaf on that in the past. So when we dismiss early on Wednesday, we've had that in, I don't know. I was still a principal when we fought for that. The principals, Dwayne Evans, myself, Billy Carlisle, Ed Elliott, we fought for the teachers on that and finally got that passed. And that's 20 plus years ago. So we've been doing that a long, long time. And I definitely don't want to give that up for the teachers.
So you're peeking at my notes, sir.
No, I didn't.
That was next on my list.
Okay.
So for
I
our
can't see
fam-
without my
Yeah,
glasses.
so I know that was a question from families and teachers and making assumptions. So it's going to be Monday through Friday for our community to understand with the early release for
Yeah.
elementary school.
And that was the guidance we were given. It has to be 5 days a week. Because we did ask Dr. Stewart, can we have 1 day off, or 1 day for cleaning, or 1 day for professional development? The answer was no. It's back to school, 5 days a week.
So may I piggyback off that, Hope, off of her question, and it's just for elementary, not middle and high? Wednesday early releases for elementary only?
Elementary only.
Because our high school teachers still get their regular prep time and all that, so there's
That was the idea behind that a long time ago.
So our specials like art, PE, library, all of that will resume so that our teachers do get more of that planning time
That's
back.
correct. Library starts up, PE starts up, the orchestra starts up in elementary schools, our band and choir starts up in middle and high school. All those things start back up.
And I know
Subject to change.
everything is subject to change, right?
Everything, Mr. Edwards, is subject to change.
Okay.
I will point out, may not be the platform for to do it, but there is a new variant of COVID from Brazil and South Africa. My recommendation, or prediction on that is we will have to have a booster shot this summer. And Pfizer and Moderna are already working on that booster shot right now. I keep up with the literature and I keep up with the research.
Thank you.
So for now, everything's back in session.
And the last thing I just want to make sure our teachers understand, and this is not finalized yet, but the district is working to help balance it so that elementary students don't have to teach in person at remote students at the same time. They'll be meeting more to try to figure it out, and hopefully we could balance it to where remote students have access to a remote teacher and in-person students only have access to their
I
in-person.
just want to put the caveat on that is,
We're trying.
we're trying, but don't forget, it's not that simple. Licensure
Yeah.
is critical, and then the secretaries have to create all new sections, all new classes. The teacher has to be transferred over. They now become teacher of record. I know you guys know this because you had to do it as building principals. And his wife does it at school. So it's not as simple as it sounds. Like, okay, Mike, you're going to do remote.
Right.
Mr. Dolan's going to teach in the
Right.
classroom.
No, I don't think it's simple at all. I just think it's very important, so I wanted to make sure to point that out.
And the other point is we're going to have to be telling parents, oh, by the way, your classrooms are now combined, so you don't have the choice of the teacher that you worked with all year. And Mrs. Sanchez, your kids are all going to come to you. Could be 30, could be 40. There's no class loads on that. I'm telling you,
Are you talking about
Wait,
in
what did you
person
say?
or remote?
remote.
Okay.
Oh, that was going to be my next
For
question.
remote.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought.
No, for remote.
So what are we looking at as in person?
Normal class size.
You know, because I've been to a couple of schools, and just recently, I talked to you about Mountain View. I don't see how they fit 8 kids in that room.
So I understand that.
And I know what you told me about the building needs to be rebuilt.
That's exactly right. We have Washington Avenue. Go visit Washington Avenue.
Both of them.
I mean, it makes you cry that we are having kids and staff in those buildings. I mean, why do you think I pushed so hard from 2005 on?
So for secondary remote kids, they will stay either in Apex or Canvas?
Well, in those issues, a lot of times it's easier for them to, I'm not saying easier. Because of the sections created, the licensure created, it's not the same issue.
Okay.
It makes it that much harder. Roswell High, to kind of give you an idea, just Roswell High alone, and I'm sure Pilar's online and he can correct me, there's about 700 kids between virtual and remote alone. Okay? You're talking,
Large number.
yeah, this is a huge issue.
It is, yeah.
Mr. Dolan, I saw you write a note.
I did write a couple.
I'm finished, Mr. Dillon.
I know she was.
Thanks,
I
Madam
checked-
President.
I saw her check off her list.
So everything's gonna go back. So computer lab, how is that gonna be able to be disinfected or wiped down in between classes?
Well, you may or may not remember, but I have bought 2.5 gallon disinfectant tubs.
I'm just bringing you my questions that people ask me to ask.
They can wipe those down.
And that was what I said, but
Okay. And the other part is that we've been very fortunate the last few years, and we bought a lot this year, mobile carts. As the kids bring their computers back, they have the mobile carts where they can put them back into charge. They can be charged in the mobile carts. Then they check those kids, they can check them out. We're getting to the point, it's almost one-to-one.
student,
We're
yeah.
almost there. So in my opinion, you're gonna start seeing your labs probably disappear soon.
my next one, one-way hallways. I'm just bringing you my things I'm thinking about.
Okay.
Front door. Oh.
No, stop. Let me answer each one. We did have the fire marshal go through.
Okay.
And where he recommended to have one-ways or not have one-ways was as we set up the buildings, the building principal set everything up, posters, one-ways, all this direction. He came in through and said, nope, that's not gonna work. You're gonna do it this way.
Yikes.
And they were very thorough, and I appreciate the fire marshal coming through, helping us rethink these things. And I couldn't even do that because he had the authority to tell us to do that. I didn't even have the authority to do that. I had to follow the guidelines. They have the authority to change that guideline.
Right. Front doors, even though there's an inner door, will the front door be unlocked to allow people to walk in? Because going back to school, little Johnny's gonna be running late, and he's banging on the door, his head's not above the door, and Aunt drives off.
Those that have the entranceway, we're gonna have to unlock the door. Now, here's where we're going on that, so that the board knows we've been working on this. If you go to Pecos, you notice they had a camera, and Modesta can see it from her desk. That's where we're going. Now, we're not there yet, but that was one of those design flaws from the architects. And so I asked Barbara if she'll be our test guinea pig for that project. And with LJ's help and Royce's help, we have all but one school, I think, covered. And we're gonna be looking at that one school a little differently. So I know they're working on that issue where you have your buzzer, you have your camera, you have your speaker, and you have your screen in the secretary's office to deal with that very issue. Because I had the same problem. I forgot my key. I mean,
But at least you could see above the
No,
solid.
not always. Not always.
So we bought the food carts. Now with a full load of students, do we have enough carts to deliver the food, or are we gonna have to do it in 2 phases to get all the food to the classroom?
I'll let Miss Kim know that because I can't answer that. Kim? Food carts?
Yes. Food carts. We've got the food carts that we presently are using, but we also would have to have more people to deliver the food.
That goes back to his. So you're gonna have to make double trips?
Correct.
Okay. So with desk movement having to be put back into the classrooms, do you have substitute custodians who can assist in that? Because the custodians still have to do their regular cleaning, and they gotta return all of those desks back to
The
the
classroom.
classrooms and set them up.
And the answer is very little. It's just, as hard as it is finding any staff right now, we're struggling.
Okay. So, I'm almost done. So in the great Goddard High School Big Blue Crew video they put out, there were smaller handheld disinfectant sprayers. So to assist in that, would that be something that each school could have and train 2 or 3 personnel
No.
instead of just one?
No,
No?
and I'll tell you why. First of all, you have to have a school with more than one custodian, so you don't have all the one's custodians there at the same time. So you're not gonna have 2 or 3 people trained on that issue. And teachers are teaching and principals are doing their thing, so secretaries are manning the front doors and making people write their name on the list. Now, we have had some reach out and buy a couple on their own, and my requirement for that, for their custodian, is, yes, they may buy it, but I want all the correct training, and I want the correct chemical to be used and how they use that. i.e., just like your 2.5 gallon tubs.
Right.
There's a proper mixture, not more, not less, or it's not gonna work.
Right.
So it's the same thing, it's that requirement, is I make sure that they go through the training, they have the requirement. Now, the issue is I would like to buy some more of those, but right now, we're down in the money because the ESSER 2 money has not been delivered yet. I've been pushing for it. And you can ask Miss Grant. I've pushed her pretty hard to get some answers from the state. And don't forget, the state took 41%, or the state legislature took 41% of our CARES money.
For their budget?
Well, they're gonna give it back,
Okay.
but our spending time is gonna be very minimal. So, on that issue is, we still have one of the big issues from Mr. Edwards. I still have 22 more dividers to buy for the nurses. We bought 24, 25, but after going back through, looking at Mr. Edwards' concern and asked me to review those, I had Katie go back and review, we need 22 more of those at $500 apiece. The nurses need some more equipment to do their job appropriately. We'll be ordering that, and that's extremely expensive, but the nurses need it. So I'm waiting for them to release the money. They would release the money, we would have it along with the training. So we're getting there. We have 4 schools right now with those mini sprayers and watching them what they're doing.
Okay. So you talked about reaching out and getting the kids who are hybrid back into school. Has anyone reached out to the homeschoolers that we lost them all together as a...
Okay, as of this week, Mr. Dolan, Lucy Morgan, if you don't know Lucy, you all should know Lucy. She's a doll. I said, Lucy, I'd like you to find for me all our homeschool from the state list and divide it up for me by school. So we have it by name, by their state number, and I think phone number. She included the phone number for me. And I cut and paste those to the proper school and said, we'll be talking to the principals tomorrow. We had a long meeting tomorrow. If you think your meeting today's been long. So tomorrow we'll be discussing that issue and see how many of the homeschool kiddos are coming back, because a little warning I've told you, it's 1,000 kids we've lost. That's $5 million.
Yep.
$5 million. And 87 to 90% of your dollars are tied up in personnel. And so, and I also want, just so that the board know this, Mr. Maxey has been in touch with us, questioning us, consistently offering to help, giving us ideas, giving you thoughtful questions, as much as Ms. Morales does. But I want to let you know that we have been in contact with the union almost daily, going over these issues, him asking me questions, me asking him questions, and trying to do what's the best we can for everyone.
2 more left.
Yes, sir.
So with homeschoolers going back, secretaries rebuilding class lists, okay, entering new students, doing hallway duty, there's gonna be some extra hours in there, okay? We both know what's gonna happen, I'm just throwing that out there. And the last is to have a plan on returning, collecting all the Surface Pros, whatever that went out.
But what if we go back remote?
See, here's the problem. There will be days, I can guarantee you, where we'll have groups of kiddos out on remote. So we do need to bring the books in because they've got testing they're gonna do. Teachers still use them in the classroom.
Right.
There's still stuff that they do. So they're gonna have to come back, but they also may be sending them home.
Right, because if they're gonna do
It's-
iStation,
It's gonna be, I'm gonna just tell you guys, the books are gonna be gone, be it 1 year, be it 5 years. A textbook's gonna be gone and it's here.
I agree.
So, it's one of those constant battles we're gonna be fighting. I will tell you, the state legislature is very serious of ensuring that the infrastructure is in place for the state of New Mexico, and that we have some resolution on this issue. They're gonna spend a fortune on making sure the infrastructure is in place.
I remember the social studies we adopted one year came with the online books so that if they
Well-
didn't have one,
Your science is there now,
okay.
okay? The phonics edition, there's parts of it are online, even at kindergarten, first, second grade.
Math?
It's math. The Reading Plus is online.
There are some small districts that do not have books. Everything is literally, they have pretty much on
On the laptop.
the laptop. That's it, Mr. Gottlieb.
Thank you, Mr. Dolan. Any questions from Mr. Dolan's questions?
No.
Again, board members, we're doing our very best. I
Yes.
know
Thank
you're
you,
getting a
Mr.
lot of
Dolan.
pressure.
Thank you to you and your staff for all
Yes,
this
thank you to
work
all the
constantly. It seems like month after month, we come back to you with new things you all have to work on, so thank you. Not us, but
Well, it's, you always have to do this for us. And I mean this, and I seriously mean this. You have to keep in front of us the teachers in the classroom.
yeah. Yep, alrighty. Moving on, next we have board communication, new and unfinished business, informational updates and acknowledgements. Ms. Kirk, I'll pass it over to you. Board secretary to review notes first. item.
Oh, okay, so the first thing, this was brought up at the end of our board meeting. Last month, it was mentioned after our board meeting that it was kind of agreed upon that I would review the notes for our help, Ms. Whitcamp, review the notes before they're posted. So, actually, I was thinking that it would be nice if the board secretary, if that was something, and I really wanted to discuss it in open meetings so we all have the same process. So maybe the board secretary would be willing to take that over and do that as one of their job duties.
You're talking about the minutes, the regular minutes? Ms.
Regular
Kirk?
board minutes, yes, just to help out another set of eyes, because Ms. Whitcamp asked. And it was kind of mentioned after the board meeting, but I would rather have a process in place and it brought up during the board meeting. Although I know it's not an action item, we can't vote on it, but we can just discuss it.
But it would still go to all 5 of us because we all kind of
Right,
review
right.
it.
Just,
and-
the one would be for grammatical help, and get that before it comes to the board. Ms. Sanchez?
Yes, Mrs. Kirk, thank you for sharing, and I will take it under consideration.
Next on the agenda, we have Board Institute. Ms. Kirk?
Okay, so, the NMSBA 2021 Virtual Board Member Institute was February the 11th through the 13th. I know, Ms. Sanchez, you attended, correct? I don't know if any of the other board members were available. Ms. Morales, were you?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Okay, so, February 11th was the actual leadership training, and this used to be the new board member training, but presented by Dr. Hugh Prather and Dr. Gloria Rendon. But they changed it from the new board member training to all because they had so many requests from veteran board members to attend. So they opened it for anyone that wanted to attend from our 89 school districts, our 450 board members. They broke the afternoon up into 3 discussion groups. The first one was developing the culture, measuring the climate, and using climate data. The second breakout session was, and then after each breakout session, they gave us time to go into our breakout rooms and discuss the topic with a leader, a board member leader. And then the second one was ethics and professional conduct, ethics regarding relationships, work ethic, code of conduct. And then the third one was social media. This one got a huge attention. To use or not to use, reasons to use social media, pros and cons of use after each topic. And then we went into the breakout rooms and then reported back to the whole group. The leadership training was well attended and excellent leadership topics with about 150 participants. Then day 2 of the Institute was Friday, February the 12th. We started the morning with legislative updates, and then in the afternoon we broke into webinars. The first webinar was COVID-19 does not suspend school district's obligation to special needs students. The second webinar was 2021 regular school board and special elections, which we have coming up in November. And then the third webinar was Open Meetings Act, myths or realities. And then Saturday was the final day of the School Board Institute, and then the first school board role during COVID-19 was the first session. The second was COVID relief legislation and update on school election litigation. And then the third session was decision-making and flexibility during a pandemic. That was well attended with over 250 participants from around the state. And then we have, I think my next item was the Region 6.
Really quick, Ms. Clark, before
Yes.
you move on, because you asked me about my attendance, I just want to make sure my constituents know that I do have a full-time job. I have 3 children at home, and I was not able to make it that week. So since you asked, I just wanted to make sure to provide that.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Oh, I know, we all have our other obligations, and it's difficult, but it was excellent training, and I strongly encourage when you can do. So we have our Region 6 meeting coming up, and it has, and I know we've all received the email from Mr. Guillen that it has been moved from March the 22nd to the 29th at 5 p.m., and the reason for that was because our spring break. Typically, our region meetings are held at different school sites, starting alphabetically until we hit all 12 school sites within our Region 6. This year, our host was to be Hobbs, and but since we're virtual, it really doesn't matter, it's a moot point. But their spring break was the same time as ours, starting March 22nd, and that was another reason we decided to move it to the 29th. So our topic this year will be the Equity Act, understanding how transgender issues affect Title IX, and our legal representation, Ortiz and Zamora Law Firm, will be presenting for us. So if you can, I strongly encourage you, because we will be dealing with that, and it's actually, the law firm's presenting, but it's actually Gino and Nicholas that will be presenting. But it's an excellent time to get some valuable information and, of course, free legal advice. And then during the presentation, you all have received the agenda. But also, I'd like to allow a lot of time in there for Q&A to Mr. Zamora and Mr. Nicholas. And I hope you'll be able to join me for that, for the Region 6 board meeting. Also, The NMSBA scholarship application is now open. And since we did not have a winner last year, we are eligible to participate, RISD is. So we as a board get to nominate one candidate, which that has changed in the past. We could have several candidates. But the deadline to receive nomination forms is Friday, April the 16th, 2021. Region 6 will award 3 $1,000 scholarships, and scholarships will be announced on Friday, June 4th, 2021, at the NMSBA Law Conference. So, Mr. Gottlieb, would you make sure that that information on the scholarship goes out to our high school seniors?
Okay.
And make sure they get it? And finally, I would like to thank all the administration, including principals and teachers, for all their hard work ensuring the safety of our students and the returning to school. I am so very proud to be part of RISD. Thank you so much for everything you're doing. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Kirk. Anybody else? I had just a quick thing. For any individuals in Roswell who has ever been interested in becoming a substitute, now is a great time to contact our HR department now that we are planning to go back to school in person. So if you have questions, please reach out to our HR. And just a question, Mr. Gottlieb, so that we all have the same understanding. When do agenda items need to be submitted by the board members so that we have it in time?
I would really like the board to have a process that it would all go through the board president and then be into us no later than Thursday morning.
At 8 o'clock for the
8
meeting?
o'clock meeting.
That works.
We have the agenda review the Thursday before the meeting at 8 a.m. So if I can have it before then, I'll make sure that Mr. Gottlieb has it.
So if we have everything before 11 on Wednesday, that gives me time to put it all together.
But the latest would be Thursday morning at 8 o'clock.
Right, and then we could just talk
Yeah.
about it.
Okay. We will now go into executive session regarding limited personnel matters, 10-15-1, to discuss superintendent applicants where no action will be taken. May I have a motion to go into executive session regarding limited personnel matters, discussion of superintendent applicants where no action will be taken?
So moved.
May I have a
Second.
I have a motion made by Mr. Dolan and a second made by Ms. Sanchez. May I get a roll call, please?
Hope Morales,
Yes.
Gilda Sanchez,
Yes.
Monica Hurt,
Yes.
James Edwards,
Yes.
Milburn Dolan,
Yes.
The motion carried to go into executive session where no action will be taken, and the session will begin at 8:42 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, may I ask, is Mr. Gottlieb invited to join us?
I think the way we were going to do it last month is we would call him in as needed for questions, but we would begin as a board only.
I would like it if he would join us first, so we may ask the questions. Then if we would like him to leave, then.
Or
Discussion?
so that we can,
Executive session now,
so are we going back to? May I have a motion to end the executive session where no action was taken regarding limited personnel matters 10-15-1, discuss superintendent applicants?
So moved.
So moved.
Thank you,
Second.
thank you.
Who would you say the names?
I
again?
have a motion made
Mona.
by Ms. Kirk and a second made by Ms. Sanchez.
Sorry.
May I have a roll call, please?
Hope Morales,
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez.
Yes.
Mona Kirk,
Yes.
James Edward,
Yes.
Milburn Dolan.
Yes.
The motion carried to end the executive session regarding limited personnel matters 10-15-1, discuss superintendent applicants where no action was taken, and return to the regular session. The executive session ended at 9:41 p.m. Our regular session convened at 9:41 p.m. Okay, action items, discussion and possible vote on candidates to interview for superintendent position. May I have a motion to interview the following candidates for the superintendent position?
So moved.
Let me name the
Gotta have
candidates
the list
first.
first.
I'm sorry.
Curtis Claw, Randall Earwood, Mireya Trujillo, Porter Cottrell, Jennifer Cole, Ruben Bolaños, and Brian Luck.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion made by Ms. Kirk and a second made by Ms. Sanchez to interview those 7 candidates for the superintendent position. May I get a roll call, please?
Hope Morales,
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez,
Yes.
Mona Kirk,
Yes.
James Edward,
Yes.
Milburn Dolan.
Yes.
The ayes have it and the motion carried. Next, we have discussion and possible vote on a timeline for the superintendent search. I will now open it up for discussion related to the timeline for our search, and I want to acknowledge a couple of dates first. In discussions we've had at previous board meetings, we had Monday, May 3rd as our tentative hire date, so that the new candidate would have a transition time with Mr. Gottlieb May 3rd through June 30th. I would also like to recommend, because of COVID and all the guidelines, that we consider allowing at our April board meeting where each of our candidates can introduce themselves to the community with the same guidelines for a certain amount of time so that they can make a statement either in person if they are local or through the video so that community members get to see and learn more about these candidates. So I'll now open it up for talk on our timeline.
So that would be April the 13th at our board meeting that we would have a meet and greet.
April 13th for an introduction to the community.
Introduction. Mhm.
And perhaps we could start the meeting earlier that day, expecting to give them some time.
3 to 5 minutes.
So they're gonna do it, greet that day. When are we going to do the
Interviews?
interviews?
We'll
What
be
if-
after that.
Because I would think that
Right.
we'd wanna interview first and shorten that list maybe, so that, and that's just my thought, is that we do the
that'll
interviews,
work.
shorten the list to a final however many we come up with,
3.
so that, it really comes down to, all right, so these are our
Right.
picks. So maybe if we could do the interviews on April 6th, a week before, so they would have time to prepare, a speech or just something to be able to convey to the community what they're gonna bring to the community.
So in the past, what we have done, and I acknowledge that, thank you, Mr. Dolan. So in the past, what we have done, though, is let all the candidates have a time to speak at the board meeting. And it was all the candidates before we interviewed. But you're right, it really doesn't matter.
It doesn't have to be that way.
I know, but
Absolutely not.
in the past, the last time we did it, we had a meeting and it was on a Friday. And it was a meet and greet just for the candidates to introduce themselves to the people in Roswell, Chaves County. And then we had the interview the next day, which was on a Saturday.
Right.
And it worked out, to me, it worked out good because we knew that we had to have Friday and Saturday open. And to me, that worked out real good. Tuesday, that's an odd day, and we don't know what our business is gonna be at hand on that board meeting.
And
I
for the
agree.
folks traveling, that it
Yeah.
might actually help them.
Yes.
So what about, we don't want to do it on Good Friday.
Is that April the 9th? Is that-
April 2nd would be the Good Friday, I believe.
So what about,
Yes, the
April
second.
the 9th then would be a good day. And do interview, well,
You could do the interviews on the 10th.
uh-huh.
so April 10th is my mother's birthday, so I will blame you all for
Well,
missing.
No.
Hey, hold
No,
on,
that
but,
was-
but, hold on,
That
but,
was a joke, guys.
I know, but you still have the 16th and the 17th.
But that would be after the board meeting.
Yeah.
Oh, but we don't have to be- yeah.
The board meeting has
Nothing
plays
to
no
do with it.
role
Yeah.
in this.
So what
Okay.
about April 16th and 17th?
I think that would be a better day for me.
That, I can't the 17th.
Okay.
23rd and 24th?
I'm open that day too.
What days?
April 23rd and 24th?
That's a Friday and a Saturday. And it gives us enough time to prepare, because and it also gives us time for the governor. We might be even more open, so everything might be live. You never know.
Turquoise.
So,
Okay.
Okay. So as of right now, I have down Friday, April 23rd to do an introduction to the community, and we can discuss details at the April 13th meeting to see kind of how that would look. Do interviews Saturday, April 24th. Would
And-
we just meet after? Do we want to break?
we would come back on that following Monday, and then we would
That's what
debate,
we did in the
discuss the candidates, and hopefully either we would have a nominee, and then it would be announced that following Tuesday.
Okay, so we would have an executive session on Monday, April 26th, and make the announcement publicly. Do we want to do it on May 3rd as originally planned with the special board meeting, or at the May 11th board meeting?
Well, we could give ourselves time to process. One of the things that I've seen is when we rush, we tend to make mistakes, because if we need time to process it, we could give it that whole week and then come back and make our decision, if we don't have a decision made on that Monday.
So I just want to bring this up, that then we probably need to decide before then who the interim superintendent will be after Mr. Gottlieb leaves, because this person's gonna have to give once we offer it, give a notice to leave his district, because he's gonna be under contract, and then get moved here. So Mr. Gottlieb will be gone by then. He's made it
Not
clear.
until July 1st, though, right?
Till
Yeah, July 1st.
July
July
yeah,
30th?
No,
July
June
1st.
30th.
June 30th,
June 30th.
which
Okay.
So we're good.
that still
All right,
fits
so there'll
in.
be some time in June.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we're fine.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, I missed the date that we would announce publicly, May 11th at the regular board meeting?
Well, or.
Or
so
before,
we're going to discuss on the 26th. We'll have a special, or a executive session on the 26th.
Okay, and that's when we'll plan for public announcement.
if we have come up with a decision.
Possible.
Yeah, possible.
Possible,
Okay,
tentative.
possible.
And then we can, from that point on, then if we need more time, then we can make that decision.
That's not so hard.
Okay,
So
so I
in
will
your,
read it.
in your motion, you need to make sure that all the dates and
Yes, sir.
times are stated.
Okay.
The times as well, or we just have to put notice on the times in advance?
Well, it would be good for you all to establish your times also, because that also depends upon work schedules.
Well,
Opening
so here's the thing,
sessions.
I'm gonna have to just figure out how to get here, because my work will be open. So my team will have my back while I get this done, and then I will go in afterwards.
Okay.
And we've given ourselves, I believe, some wiggle room to set up the times for the interviews, and your Saturday's gonna be long. I'm just gonna tell you that now.
Yes.
Your introduction on Friday was probably the shortest. I think they gave them a minimum of 10 minutes or something like that to introduce themselves, and it was a meet and greet.
Yeah.
But it all depends on what happens with the color.
Okay.
So on the 23rd, maybe start at 3 o'clock.
That's
that okay
fine.
with you all?
3 o'clock in
That's
the
fine.
afternoon?
Okay,
Is that for the meet and greet?
yes.
Because I know the last time that was after 5.
Because of the working people?
Yeah, for the working people, but I'm not, we can look at that too. I'm not,
The other thing is if you do it virtual, YouTube Live, it's there available for then the public to see it. If you do it as not a virtual recorded session, then not everybody wants to see it who wants to see it in the community, no matter what time of day. So if you leave it open to that virtual presentation, be it 5 minutes or 10 minutes, whatever you all decide.
it's still there.
At least you have it there for teachers and everybody who's working, if they want to see and listen to the candidate talk about themselves.
And for
makes
the
sense.
live people, people can view it later as well on YouTube.
Right.
True.
That makes sense.
Okay, so do we want to put the time?
So let's just have to time up on Friday, 3 o'clock,
Yeah.
Saturday morning for 8:30.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's gonna be a long day.
Bring
want it
donuts,
earlier?
Milburn.
You
Say
want
what?
it at 6 a.m.?
No, I want them to bring donuts.
I'll bring,
Okay, so, and what about April 26th for our executive session? That is a work day, so
it can be
after,
5:15. I don't know what time y'all get off, but
is 5 o'clock okay?
Yeah,
5
that's
o'clock's
fine.
good for me.
Eight.
That works for me.
Okay. So may I have a motion to approve the following timeline? On Friday, April 23rd, to have an introduction of candidates to the community at 3 p.m. On Saturday, April 24th, for candidate interviews to begin at 8:30 a.m. And for Monday, April 26th, to have an executive session to discuss the candidates and plan for possible public announcement at 5 p.m.
I've got a question. Oh, I'm sorry, are you opening up for discussion?
no, she's waiting on a motion. So,
But before the motion is discussion. Any
We
dis-
did
We
discuss.
Well, so here's are we going to have our candidates come here for the virtual?
The process is next on our agenda. We can discuss the process.
Sounds good. So moved.
second,
I have a motion made by Ms. Kirk and a second made by Mr. Dolan for the timeline and activities on the dates of April 23rd, 24th, and 26th. May I get a roll call, please?
Hope Morales,
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez,
Yes.
Mona Kerr,
Yes.
James Edward,
Yes.
Milburn Dolan.
yes.
The ayes
Sure.
have it, and the motion carried. So next, we have discussion on possible vote on dates, process, location, and et cetera related to superintendent interviews. Now, I'm opening it up for discussion.
That's gonna be hard to do.
I think the biggest key is gonna be, what color are we gonna be?
Exactly, that's what I'm
So
saying.
at this point, I think we should plan on it being the candidate, we can have a candidate here.
Yes.
If it allows, and it will be published virtual. It will be online, and the candidate will be here.
Okay.
So you're wanting to do open for the public to see the candidates?
Being
During their meet and greet.
Oh, so
This
we're
way,
talking
on
about.
Friday.
Oh, I thought
Okay.
you were talking
I
No,
about
did too.
on
Meet
Friday.
and greet.
Nope, that's,
yeah.
Ms. Morales, will you go over that again, please?
Yeah.
For the timeline, sir?
Your next discussion topic,
Our next item for discussion is dates, process, location, et cetera, for superintendent interviews.
well, you've already voted on your dates.
Right, so
Right.
let's,
And everything.
right.
That's why I was saying the interviews. This is
So
for interviews.
if we could talk about our first item, which is the introduction to the community, the location will be here in the boardroom. For anybody who chooses, they can come in person, or we can work it out where they can submit something that can be shared. We need to discuss how long are they gonna get? Is it the 10 minutes, no more than 10 minutes each candidate?
I think 10 minutes is good.
I do too.
Okay, and I think we want them to address the same things. What are the things we want them to tell the community about themselves?
That's their time.
That's their
So
time.
whatever
That's-
they want to say in
Whatever
their
they
10
wanna say.
minutes. Do we
Yeah.
want them to at least answer one thing that they all say, or?
I think it's
Tell
just
us
their,
about
it's them.
yourself.
It's their chance to say, this is me.
And I'm,
And if they want to just give the recipe to their favorite biscuit recipe, that's what it should be.
So an open introduction is what I can
Yes.
call it.
Introduction, tell us about yourself.
yep,
Okay, and there will be no questions or
No
interactions
questions.
from the board to the candidates. And what was I gonna ask?
Maximum 10 minutes.
Maximum 10 minutes. And what about, oh, the order? Is it going to be a random order, alphabetical order? We draw names for the order?
Let's do alphabetical.
Everybody okay, alphabetical?
Alphabetical of last name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Gottlieb, do you think we're missing anything for the introduction of candidates?
I do not. I would still stay to live streaming for any candidate who can't come in person. You can do this in person, so you're okay with that? Guarantee it, Tony. You know, I've had discussion on this. You can do that. That's not a problem. So if they can't come in, then we have to work with Royce in setting up.
What about a phone call?
I would rather have it they can see the person, so
Okay.
a Zoom.
Okay.
And we'll have to figure out how to get the Zoom onto.
YouTube.
So by when do they need to inform us whether they will be here in person or virtual?
Okay, what I will have to do is, first of all, I have to take your list. I have to contact the 7 candidates, and anybody else who didn't make that 7 candidates, I have to contact them. They did not make the interview process. The next thing I'll do is I'll have to tell them the dates that the board is meeting on that issue, and then their interview, their meet and greet, I'll have to explain that to them, that what 10 minutes they have. It'll be just a general introduction of what they want to talk about. It'll be their 10 minutes, and we'll do an alphabetical order from that point. Okay, and I'll tell them the date of the interview, and the question I have for you on the date on the interview, in person or virtual?
See, that's,
In person.
Depends on the color.
In person,
In
okay.
person.
The board can vote on that, that's legal.
But he cleared that we could still do
Okay.
it in person.
You just need to state that.
okay,
I want to see
Okay.
in person.
person.
In person.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I want to make sure the notes on our introduction to the community, each person will get 10 minutes maximum for an open introduction, and they will start it by alphabetically last name. Okay, so for interviews, do we also want to do that alphabetically by last name?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. And we said we would be starting at 8:30. Are we going to plan for about an hour per interview?
Mr. Gottlieb, what's your
Yeah,
recommendation?
I would say.
The average time is an hour with a little bit of break in between for the board.
Uh-huh.
So maybe an hour and 30 minutes, that gives us time to
Cushion and a
then do
break?
the
Board's choice, I'm just giving you advice.
okay. So an hour and a half?
It's normally about an hour, yeah.
Hour and a half in between each interview.
Or an hour and 15 minutes.
So an hour and a half is gonna put us, 12 hours?
That's,
Ooh.
do the,
Now
Well, that's why it's
hour.
normally,
Do it
it's normally, it's about an hour and 15 minutes.
So let's
You mean
shoot for an hour and
15
15
minutes,
minutes in between, I would think.
Hour and 15 minutes?
Yeah, and you're gonna have some breaks, because as soon as it starts flowing, it starts moving. And then it turns into a 45-minute interview.
The
And,
later it goes, you know.
and the location will be here at district office with an expectation that it is in person?
Uh,
person.
do we have to, we don't have to name the location right now, do we? We can
No,
do that
you-
later.
No, you could do that later.
Can we table that?
Okay.
Because I know last year, the one year we did it at Goddard, and there was a bunch of, there was some refreshments served and everything else.
Okay.
Well, we could get refreshments here.
Yeah,
That's,
let's just
that's
do it
not an
here.
issue. Not an issue at all.
I'd rather have it here.
AESC and have refreshments in the.
So where are we gonna do it at?
Right here.
Here, in
We'll
this
set
room.
up tables in here.
Okay.
This way I have the alarm code, I have all the keys. You don't have to
Oh,
bother
for the
another
Saturday
site.
too?
It's all done here in place. You have a boardroom where you can take and meet. If you want to have lunch back there, we can have lunch, snacks, no problems.
Okay.
So, and then we need to talk about that too. So we'll need a lunch break.
Yes, ma'am. I will go over this, with Ms. Morales before I do anything.
Okay. And then present at our next board meeting for finalization.
Right.
Okay, sounds good.
And so for the questions, the interview questions, Is that something, sir, that has to be discussed in open session? Is it
No.
something?
No.
So
No.
for next April board meeting, should we have an executive session to finalize questions?
Sure.
Yes, because we have a basic group that was sent out to us and we added, so,
And that'll still give us plenty of time.
yes.
Okay, so we have location. Let me read off what I have for that. We'll start alphabetically by last name with an hour and 15 minutes between each interview. It will be in-person interviews with the candidates. The location will be here at AESC. And we will finalize questions at the April board meeting. Are we missing anything else?
Mr. Gottlieb,
And then that's
are we
it.
missing anything that you can think of?
The
Okay.
good thing about this is we do have your next meeting if you are missing something.
We can fix it.
Okay. So may I have a motion to conduct interviews in the following manner? We will interview alphabetically by last name with an hour and 15 minutes between each candidate. Interviews will be in person at the AESC building, and we will finalize questions at the regular board meeting in April during executive session. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second, oh.
Who seconded?
Hilda, second.
Hilda.
Sanchez, okay.
Okay. Motion by Mr. Edwards and a second by Ms. Sanchez. May I get a roll call, please?
Hope Morales,
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez,
Yes.
Mona Kirk,
Yes.
James Edward,
I'm good.
James
Yes.
Edward, Milburn Dolan.
Yes, sir.
The ayes have it and the motion carried. This is the end of our agenda. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So, second.
Okay, I have a motion made by Mr. Edwards and a second made by Ms. Kirk. May I have a roll call, please?
Hope Morales,
Yes.
Hilda Sanchez,
Yes.
Mona Kirk,
Yes.
James Edwards,
Yes.
Milburn Dolan.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and our